T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where you like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Oops. Good morning, you guys. Hold on 1 second here. I got something wrong with my mic that I got to fix that I forgot to turn off. What do you guys think of this? It's a little bit different hearing me talk through a microphone, for once, a real microphone. Hopefully it's acceptable. American Trader says, good morning, Casey. Your voice sounds deeper. Did you hit puberty? Wait for that first voice crack. When it happens, you'll know that's not the truth. Still have not hit puberty. Fireborn says, finally a proper mic. Yeah, it is. It is, ears on sultry overload, Jathan says. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. It's a little bit different. So here's the deal. For Christmas, this last Christmas, I gave Hunter a microphone. He's been wanting to do his job career path that he wants to take is sound technician. And so I thought, well, I mean, if he's going to start, mixing and recording things, he probably needs to start working on that a little bit. So he's going to need a microphone to record some things and be able to start experimenting with mix downs. So I got him this step up of a mic from one that I had purchased when I thought I was going to be doing some projects with it a long, long time ago. And I bought him a step quality higher microphone. And so I've had this mic for, gosh, man, I don't know how many years, and I just never used it. And he showed me his microphone on his computer and how well it sounded for his voice. Like I had him go on a Discord and talk to me through Discord, and I was like, holy crap, your mic sounds amazing. He's like, yeah, you should try yours out. So we finally got my mic all hooked up here, and so that's what it is. That's the difference. I had to buy a box, and so I told Melissa, I told her, I was like, I need to make sure I've got this box that I've got going here. Just this box alone is it converts an analog signal into a digital signal. And so I had to have that box in order to do this. So that's what I asked for a birthday present for Melissa. And she gave it to me. So now you guys got a little bit more than what you had from before. Did you get this approved through the board? That's right. Essentially. All right, so let's talk about the title for the day today. SAG-AFTRA strike speech. So I heard, and I had no idea. I don't think we played this last week. Maybe we did. If we did play this, I apologize, but I'm talking about it again because I think it's pretty impactful. First off, I had no clue that Fran Drescher was or is the president of SAG-AFTRA. And it really was shocking to me because, well, one, I can't stand her voice. I cannot stand it. And I heard her do the speech that I'm going to play for you guys here, which is about 6 minutes long. And I was like, man, she's okay. I can stand her now. So that was the first thing that crossed my mind when I listened to her. Oh yeah, now you guys are going to hear the burps really good too now. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So let's listen to Fran real quick here because I guess there's two things that I want to point out about this. One is that I feel like her message. Yeah, it is. It's a new mic. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning, Marvin. Welcome to the end of the headlines. Arthur said I just heard a fart. No, that's gonna be the chair. All the times you guys thought I was farting, it was always the chair. It's just the chair. I'll tell you, if I fart, I fart, and you guys hear it. Oh well. But let's see here. Jason says, "What's the deal with so many empty but sold out Sound of Freedom movies? Some of the money towards each ticket that's sold is goes towards helping save more kids. So there might be a lot of people out there, Jason, who are buying tickets and just not even going." What was I going to say about Fran? Oh yeah, two things that hit me. One was that her message is to the people. Now I know you're probably going to listen to this and you're gonna hear it and you're gonna be like it's supposed to be a plea for the general public to understand what it is that they're having to deal with. But I want you to hear the underlying message to what's being said here. What's being said here is not specifically to show what their plight is. It's to let everybody know that everybody in the U.S. suffers from abuse. And that's her message. But I'm sure, like you, many of us, like me, listened to it the first time and said, no, I want to believe this is just rich people trying to be more rich, trying to more money grabbing from more rich people. Then I had to take a step back and look at it and say, like, no, you don't understand, Casey. There's more than just the actors and the actresses that are making lots of money who are part of this. There's lots and lots of people here, and so I want you to take that stance when you're listening to what it is that Fran has to say here. I want you to think about for a second that she's talking about everybody. It's not just the rich people who are part of SAG and AFTRA. So let's give it a quick listen here and just take that perspective of whatever industry that it is that you work in. If you work for somebody and you're not working for yourself, if you work for somebody, I want you to listen to what it is that Fran's saying, and I want you to let this speak to you because that's who I feel like she's trying to reach to.
Thank you, Duncan, and thank you, everybody, for coming to this press conference today. It's really important that this negotiation be covered because the eyes of the world, and particularly the eyes of labor, are upon us. What happens here is important because what's happening to us is happening across all fields of labor by means of when employers make Wall Street and greed their priority, and they forget about the essential contributors that make the machine run. We have a problem. And we are experiencing that right at this moment. This is a very seminal hour for us. I went in earnest, thinking that we would be able to avert a strike. The gravity of this move is not lost on me or our negotiating committee or our board members who have voted unanimously to proceed with a strike. It's a very serious thing that impacts thousands, if not millions of people all across this country and around the world. Not only members of this union, but people who work in other industries that service the people that work in this industry. And so it came with great sadness that we came to this crossroads, but we had no choice. We are the victims here. We are being victimized by a very greedy entity. I am shocked by the way the people that we have been in business with are treating us. I cannot believe it, quite frankly. How far apart we are on so many things. How they plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right when giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs. It is disgusting. Shame on them. They stand on the wrong side of history at this very moment. We stand in solidarity, in unprecedented unity. Our union and our sister unions and the unions around the world are standing by us, as well as other labor unions. Because at some point, the jig is up. You cannot keep being dwindled and marginalized and disrespected and dishonored. The entire business model has been changed by streaming, digital, AI. This is a moment of history that is a moment of truth. If we don't stand tall right now, we are all going to be in trouble. We are all going to be in jeopardy of being replaced by machines and big business. Who cares more about Wall Street than you and your family? Most of Americans don't have more than $500 in an emergency. This is a very big deal, and it weighed heavy on us. But at some point, you have to say, no, we're not going to take this anymore. You people are crazy. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Privately, they all say we're the center of the wheel. Everybody else tinkers around our artistry. But actions speak louder than words. And there was nothing there. It was insulting. So we came together in strength and solidarity and unity with the largest strike authorization vote in our union's history. And we made the hard decision that we tell you as we stand before you today. This is major. It's really serious, and it's going to impact every single person that is in labor. We are fortunate enough to be in a country right now that happens to be labor friendly. And yet, we were facing opposition that was so labor unfriendly, so tone deaf to what we are saying. You cannot change the business model as much as it has changed and not expect the contract to change too. We're not going to keep doing incremental changes on a contract that no longer honors what is happening right now with this business model that was foisted upon us. What are we doing? Moving around furniture on the Titanic? It's crazy. So the jig is up, AMPTP. We stand tall. You have to wake up and smell the coffee. We are labor and we stand tall and we demand respect and to be honored for our contribution. You share the wealth because you cannot exist without us. Thank you.
All right. Well, there obviously it's already getting you guys going. I could see you guys. I can see you love. Actually, I should probably just minimize this. I can see that you guys love unions just as much as I do. I don't want you to think about that. That's not the part I want you to think about. I want you to really. I want Fran Drescher stands tall. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I want you to think about what it is that she's saying here, though. Like, that's the important part here is remember that, remember the message about the people specifically, and this is something that I've been trying to say for a long time. Working America has been being abused. We see it. We're seeing it. This is something that we're fighting for, and if you don't understand how we're fighting, I mean, in a nutshell. She is describing our fight that we're having already, that we're having. We're standing up to Wall Street and we're saying no, and we've had enough of your crap business, of just hoarding money and trying to shut down businesses. And this is a fight that we've been fighting for 2 years, 2.5 years. It's a tough fight. It's a really, really, really tough fight. I mean, we know it. We know it firsthand. And so now at least we've got some people who are talking about it. Yeah, and I understand, like, you know, the last thing you really want's a union on your side. It doesn't necessarily feel all that, to me, it doesn't feel all that great. I mean, I'm not a huge union supporter. In fact, for a long time, I've been a huge advocate for getting rid of unions, especially in schooling for kids, because I feel like it's one of the main key factors that keeps good teachers from teaching, and it keeps bad teachers in when they shouldn't be there. But that's neither here nor there. That's just a completely different subject. I'm not a huge fan. But the message is real. What she's pinpointing or pointing out is what it is that we are experiencing. We want fair rules. We want rules that everybody has to abide by. And when somebody owes something for something, they pay it. And we're not getting that. And so we continue to fight the fight. Give me a second here while I clean my glasses. Jason says, I just looked this up. France stood up against vaccines in September 2022, just before mandates ended. Guess she knew she was played along the whole time. You know, I was one of the first people when COVID was coming. I was warning people in December of 2019 that COVID was coming. And the reason that I was warning everybody was because my mom lived in not too far away from Wuhan at the time and was telling me about what she was seeing and what I knew was coming. And I was trying to warn people in December of 2019 what we were about to see. And people didn't believe me. Nobody believed me. They thought I was just saying stupid stuff. And I was trying to tell everybody. And it didn't make me feel good to be right either when it happened. And I don't know. I was definitely all over the, needing to wear mask stuff. But when I saw that, here, I'm going to get, you guys are going to turn this into some kind of like vaccinated or not vaccinated thing, and I don't want to. But when I saw the vaccine come out, I was one of the first people to be standing up against it as well. And because I just don't like the idea of rushed vaccines that haven't been tested, especially when I know scientifically that you're supposed to have sound testing before you do something like that. And man, crazy world we live in. Anyways, moving on to numbers. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Oh, wait 1 second. I got to log into my account. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, it's not a bad idea to set up a secondary device that can receive that code in case something should happen to your phone, like you accidentally keep it in the microwave with your bowl of oatmeal that you're making in the morning. Not a good thing. So have that backup set up. And then one last thing is take screenshots, video footage, or request a digital copy of your portfolio so that you can have record keeping of what you own available to yourself in case something should happen. Don't rely on your broker to remember what it is that you hold. Take that upon yourself. Give me 1 second here. I'm almost done. Oh my gosh, I did it again. Funky Pizza's gonna hate me. I forgot to download his music again. I'm just sitting here thinking about it as I'm going through my stuff here. Don't hate me, Funky, man. I 4 days and I still didn't do it. And I even thought about doing it last night and I forgot. I knew there was something else I was forgetting. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Since I took 2 days off last week, I'm going to go ahead and just the final numbers that we'll have for the week for a win. And of course, you guys see that I had an alcoholic drink for my birthday and also took my pill around 7 p.m. because I forgot to change the screen. Let's change that real fast. Since I was off for a couple days there, we're going to go ahead and call Apex the winner. And I'm noticing this is off-centered. Alrighty, let's fix this. There we go. So Apex is going to win the week for last week since it was shortened by my 2 days off. And let's start fresh from there. This is not meant to be price predictions or anything like that. It's just three apes besides myself guessing price, and we'll get our price predictions rolling in sometime a little bit later this morning. Let's take a look at short exempt volume for AMC and Ape. Let's see. Since I missed Thursday and Friday, let's take a look at those numbers. We had 111.8 on my birthday, Thursday, 7/13, and then we had 140.7 on Friday. And then on Ape, I'm just going to look up Friday's data for Ape. $94.9 thousand. AMC closed down 2.48% less on Friday, and That was for AMC. And then Ape closed down 3.05. Let's check out utilization. I'm showing 98.86%. So we're getting a secondary dip down from 100%. We'll take a look at that data here in a little bit. 98.86. And Ape is sitting at 34.28. Jumping back up almost 10%. Let's see here. Max Payne, you'll notice I've already updated that for this week. It is at $10. A lot of people are probably going to kind of get excited about this number. I'm going to take you over the other page here just to show you something really quickly. I wouldn't necessarily look at that $10 and say, oh yeah, for sure that's where we're going to be heading towards, since we do typically trend towards Max Payne. I thought I took a screenshot for you guys. I did. Okay. I'm going to blind you guys in 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to show you guys a little bit of the options expiration calendar. And what you've got over here is this week, ending this week. You've got the standard expiration dates for equity index, ETF, and ETN options. And that's part of the reason why I think that you're seeing such a large quantity of volume expiring this week. It's not unusual for this to happen. But we'll take a look at the options and see if there's something there that makes some sense in just a second. Let's take a look at the off-exchange data for the end of the week. Last week we had a total of 53.24% going through off-exchange. EDGX was at 7.27. The grand total was 60.51%. It's about 3.49% less than I would expect to see on a normal day. CHX volume was 0.58. It was a little elevated, but not as high as... I don't get excited unless it's over 300,000 shares. It was only 100,000. Some exchanges that saw additional extra volume on Friday would have been the NASDAQ GSM, which is a global market. On Ape, off-exchange volume ended up being 53.14, and EDGX being 6.31. Combined total 59.45%, about 4.55% less than what I would expect to see. CHX volume was 0.1 with a 30-day average of 0.06, so it was elevated, but not high enough numbers to really get me too excited, which means we had pretty low volume for the day. Let's see here. NASDAQ GSM was elevated on Ape as well. And then on GME, CHX volume was 0.9 with a 30-day average of 0.38, but it was only 19,000 shares due to low volume, which is pretty stinking low. So anything over 30,000 shares for GME would be a lot. So not a whole lot there. Taking a look at institutional ownership. 138.861 as of last night when I refreshed it. Let me refresh it again this morning and make sure we haven't gotten anything. Okay, 138.861. Missing my notepad. Give me a second here. I knew I'd forgotten a couple things. All right, let's see here. I'm missing that, and I'm also missing my sticky notes. let's see. So the last time I had institutional ownership, it was 139.116. So it's a little bit down to 138.861. And let's take a look at those options. Strike price for this week. I don't actually have to update this, but I'm going to. Options this week have a top at $17. Remember, we've had multiple times where we've seen like at a $9 strike or $10 strike, we've seen a lot of open interest or volume that has been occurring at those two strike prices in an attempt to try and price out any kind of gamma ramp that may occur. And so that's what we're kind of seeing right here. The amount of open interest at a $10 strike right now for calls is at 212,000 contracts. And on the puts, same thing. I think you guys can see this on your page here. Yeah, you can. On the puts, there's 181.7 thousand contracts at a $10 strike. What I would be looking more is at where the big group of volume is at. And for the calls in the big group of volume in here, we've got a $5 strike on the calls with the largest amount. And on the puts, it's at a $4 strike. So I really think that the max pain should be, I shouldn't say max pain. Max pain is $10. But the other quantity of volume where the market's actually betting on actual price ending by the end of the week here is targeting about $4.50. That's between 4 and 5. So that's what I would put down. I'm going to go ahead and continue to monitor the volume. I'm trying to decide what I'm going to put down for open interest for this morning. All right, I'm going to put the largest amount of open interest at our closest to our current price amount. So for the calls, it's going to be at a $5 strike, which is up from $4.50 from last week, which I think we may have ended the week last week at a 5 due to some additional volume at a higher strike. I think it was $9. There's 77.1 thousand contracts. And puts at a $4 strike, which is where it was last week, there's 197.9. A lot of volume there. You can imagine that they're probably going to want to drop the price to try and get as much of that in the money as possible. Here's where Funky's going to hate me. Don't hate me, Funky. Put on a little bit of music here for you guys as I take you to the other screen and move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, so here's what we got. AMC and Ape price combined is at $6.25. We've had a little bit of price consolidation for a hot minute or two. Last night I was kind of taking a look at this, and this is what I'm drawing up for a breakout period here. I think we're approaching this. This is this box breakout period is starting the 28th of July. We've broken out the top and bottom side of this this descending level of resistance. And this rising level of support. We've also kind of retested this multiple times in here, and I think there's very good evidence in here to suggest that these are very solid lines that need to be broken And I would expect that if we did break out going north on this wedge, that it would be a retest of 715 at the very least. And if we did break out going south of this, it'll likely be a retest of $5.26 combined, like a triple bottom on this. Maybe even a quadruple bottom. With the new mic, guys, I don't know how this is going. I'm going to come over to the other screen and see what it is you guys are writing. Is this new mic okay level? Are the levels, when that music's going, are the levels okay? Can you guys hear me fine? Or is that, because it's like blaring in my headset? Peaches? Okay. All right. It's all right. Okay. Good. All right. Awesome. I didn't know if I was like yelling at you guys or not. And you can see here the prices. All right. Cool. Moving on. Let's take a look at what we got going on over here with Ortex. I know a lot of people are saying, I've seen some really kind of interesting posts lately on Ortex. Some of the short share interest did report higher. As we saw, Fintel report it correctly first, and then now we're seeing Ortex the very next morning. Actually, after we saw the rise on Fintel, we saw the short share interest being reported at that 28% level. Here's our utilization at 98.86%, and let's take a look at some of these numbers and see what they look like here. Here's that utilization spiking back up to 100%. I guess July the 7th, it went back up to 100%, and then again also on the 13th on my birthday. Multiple times touching back up to 100. But currently, we're at 98.86%, and then our on-loan amount day over day kind of stabilized and hasn't really been doing a whole heck of a lot. I guess since the change from Thursday to Friday's numbers was an increase by 0.01, so 10,000 shares borrowed on Friday. Not a whole lot. Let me write that down. Then that's not really going to change anything as far as the estimated short share interest of the free float. Let's take a look at what that is. Yep, 2803 to 2803, so no change on that at all. And then on loan average age per day should, if you're not borrowing more shares, should still be elevated or rising. And it is, and it went from 137.06 to 137.98. Almost a full day's worth of time added to the average age. Security lending volume did rise from Thursday to Friday just slightly, from 1.19 million to 1.28. Those of you who are out there who are keeping a sharp eye on things are probably noticing this morning that, and I'll show you guys this in just a second, are noticing that we've got about 100 or 700,000 shares available to borrow. A lot of times when you see these dips in on loan amount, like we had recently, where they were closing out a bunch of positions, you start seeing it rise back up shortly thereafter, and that's typically when price starts moving upwards the most. Taking a look at Ape. We've got 5.5% short share interest of the free float, utilization at 34.28. That did increase since I saw you guys last. We'll take a look at, it looks like it increased and then came back down. Day over day it was actually down. It went up to as high as 37.43 on Thursday, and then Friday went down to 34.28, which probably means that some shares were returned. Nope, still rising. From Thursday to Friday, they loaned approximately 2 million? No, almost 1 million, 0.96. 960,000 shares loaned on Friday. I would imagine with shares being as low as it is, this is going to cause the on-loan average age per day to come shooting way down. Let's take a look at it. Yep, there it is, shooting way down there. It's gone from on Thursday to Friday. It went from 70.04 to 66.5 days. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 5.44 to 5.5, and security lending volume dropping a little day over day from 2.57 million down to 998,000 shares. Market futures. Let's see here. On the VIX, we've got up almost 0.5, which should be a downwards momentum on the rest of the market, the rest of the futures. So let's see. We've got most of them are negative. The only one that I see that's positive right now is the NASDAQ 100. So we've got the biggest down mover right now is the Dow Jones, down 0.23% in the pre-market futures. That could flip before market open. That's the direction it's trending. Orders by Fidelity customers from Friday. Let's see if we have AMC, Ape, or GME. I've seen now how the volume looked. Didn't look like it was a whole lot of volume, so I wouldn't imagine that we're on the list, and we're not. SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC is going to be at $3.90. Let's see about Ape. $1.719. I don't have to do anything because that's exactly what it was the day that I left on Wednesday. 700,000 shares available to borrow. I didn't watch this really at all from Friday. Fees are back up again. If they're going to be borrowing their shares, they're going to be borrowing them at a really high fee. They're showing up right now at 974.9% for those 700,000 shares. So far this morning, no borrowed shares yet. Calls, there's 449,000 contracts out of the money versus 50.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 507.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 341.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. A lot of in the money puts this week. Somebody needs shares. Let's see here. Actually, I do want to look at this real quick because I wasn't watching this at the end of the week last week. Looks like for Friday, NASDAQ was down 0.18, Dow Jones up 0.33, and S&P 500 was down 0.1. We had 4,303 decliners by the end of the day on Friday, with 1,856 advancers. So the market was on fire, hot lava fire, like it's going to burn your feet off kind of fire. Looking pretty nasty right there. Big bank movers in the pre-market this morning. We've got, let's see here. What are the big movers? Plus or minus 2.75% or more. I don't see anything. Yeah, nothing. Ethereum Classic getting ever so close to the breakout, secondary breakout box that I've got here. Listed. The other breakout did occur inside my box, but went down and supported kind of like a test off of 12.67, and then started shooting back up and back into what I drew out as a secondary wedge. And on this wedge here, we're getting really close to the breakout on this. It's at the end of the month, around 7:25 is when my box starts. I'm expecting a breakout to the top side here. The US dollar this morning is up 0.19, which should mean that the market goes down. Oil in the pre-market is trending sideways currently. Let's take a bigger look at this. We're inside my breakout box on this. It came drastically dropping down on Friday, very much like AMC's price on Friday as well. But oil dropping pretty rapidly on Friday. We did get, I'd say for the most part, this is consolidating. SPY in the pre-market this morning is down 0.18. Let's take a look at Tesla in the pre-market is up 1.9%. Amazon is up 0.22. Cinemark is up 0.26. Doge is down 0.15. Bitcoin. I drew some stuff out this weekend. I think maybe Thursday or Friday when I was looking at it. I drew some things out here that I'm kind of seeing on Bitcoin a little bit. It tends to look to me like we may have a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern developing on Bitcoin. What I've got is a consolidation period occurring right now all the way up until about 724. Now, historically speaking, I feel like cryptocurrencies do take tumbles in what I would say like the middle of the night on weekends very oftentimes. And if you look at the 24th, that would be, maybe Sunday night. Between the 23rd and the 24th would be about the time where we might see that big tumble downwards to retest values in the range of probably somewhere between 27.4 down to maybe as low as like, I don't know, 25.8. If this plays out correctly the way that I'm suggesting it may play out, then what's going to happen here is that the breakout for this for Bitcoin of this ascending broadening wedge that I've got drawn out here would play out the way that it should play out, which is normally on an ascending broadening wedge. The price breaks down to the secondary touching point, which happens to be right at 19.4, which is going to be a pretty big drop here. So if this plays out the way that I'm seeing it, and I'm trying to draw this out in advance. So you can see that I've got it here, and I'll just keep it here. We may be seeing Bitcoin very shortly taking that dive to retest 19.4. GME in the pre-market is up 0.57. HYMC is up 1.09. NCMI is down 2.53. Hood is up 0.57. Ape is not moving currently, and AMC is up 0.46 in the pre-market. Inflow versus outflow from Friday, we had approximately $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. 33.57 million shares traded so far this morning. Not a whole lot of volume. We are getting our pokey stick of volume in right now. Let's take a look at it and see what it is. 23.8 thousand shares, which means that the remaining portion of the 33.8 that we've already seen so far this morning is the rest of the volume. So super low volume. Couldn't predict more than 5 to 25 million traded volume day today. On Ape, pokey stick of volume coming in at 44,000 shares, giving us a total of 52,000 shares traded so far for the day. 1 to 20 million is going to be the prediction on that one. I'm not seeing anything that would suggest large quantities of volume for the day today. On a 4-hour chart for AMC, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.55, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 43. 43, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.08, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, multiple crossovers here on the vortex indicator. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird how it's looking, but currently buying and selling pressure are equal. RSI is at 37.71, which is below average. On Ape, so far, or from Friday, we had approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. Like I said earlier, 52,000 shares traded so far this morning on Ape. On a 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 48.99, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 46.92, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 50.9, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.34, which is above average. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud. There's the dip down. We never got the breakthrough to the top side on this cloud, which is that's kind of a little bearish here. When you don't see the breakthrough on a cloud like that, it tends to show that there's not enough buying support to continue upwards price movement. So very bearish to see that kind of moving down a little bit there. We are in that green zone currently for the day-to-day, but I would expect to see that maybe by as early as the end of the day-to-day to be driving upwards in price and maybe on its way to break through the thinning portion of the red cloud, which means that we could see a price of around, maybe a close around 192. I'm going to write that down. A couple of things I forgot to mention to you guys too as well. Over the week, you know how I track synthetic price failures. I forgot to mention to, well, I guess I didn't really forget, I wasn't here. So I wasn't here or able to show you guys that we actually tripped some of those. So on Ape specifically, you remember that funky pre-market shenanigans that we had back on, gosh, what day was this? 7/10. That actually reset a synthetic price failure by doing that, and the price movement downwards to over the next few days, actually the same day, was actually a synthetic price failure that occurred. The price running back up here and then back down to where it's at currently is retesting this synthetic price failure right at that at the three points that I've got set up here: the blue, the white, and the red line. So that synthetic price failure has occurred, and getting this to break back up to the top side, we're going to need to see a increase in price up to 209.3 in order to see a reset of synthetic price failure again. So that's this retest of this value down here, this 1.86. That's basically a test to see if people are still willing to buy. It's probably looking really more for sell orders than anything. What does this need to turn into for Ichimoto to turn in a buy signal? Getting the price above the cloud for the day-to-day is a starter. However, that would not necessarily be enough to really signal for a big buy signal. I wouldn't quite push the lagging line above price line. I think we'd need to see something just a little bit higher, around about $2. $2 would really push it up quite a bit, and it might get that conversion across the base. So I think $2 is kind of the if we can hit 2 and maintain, should be enough buying pressure to cause some more buying to occur. And that's for the 1 hour chart. On a 4 hour chart, we're crossing right through that thinning portion for the green cloud. Lagging lines hitting price line. Conversions below base, price moving through the cloud, and the next period of time for an upwards momentum in price movement is going to be as early as tomorrow. So even if we did move up a little bit today, the rest of it looks like there's some more potential for tomorrow than there is for today. So that one idea of closing at 192 is not that bad of a suggested price, as we're at 190 right now. And I think tomorrow I'll be suggesting probably something closer in the range of like 190, maybe as high as 198. We'll see. They may keep the price just underneath the cloud for I guess that would be Wednesday, and then be looking to move the price slowly up and finally getting through a 202 price range before the end of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, before the end of the week, Friday. So we're looking at about 192. To turn this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, price has got to hit, again, pretty high number today. It actually will break through before the end of the day on the price range, because it was just that pre-market movement that really caused it to look kind of nasty. Do note that the conversion doesn't have to travel very far to break through this, but I think in order to see some buying pressure we're going to have to see. We would have to see price at least above the top of the green cloud, which is going to be around 205. So more continued pressure at 205 or higher. On AMC, on a 1 hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. We are dropping through the green cloud here and have a red cloud starting to form as early as Tuesday. So this might be a little bit of expected downwards momentum based on the signal, but to turn this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, obviously we're going to have to get the conversion above base and lagging line above price line, so we're really looking above 460 or higher on a 1 hour chart. On a 4 hour chart, we actually broke up. We never actually fully broke through the green cloud here, and we've got some red cloud ahead of us, but then followed by some green cloud. So we might see a temporary bump up in price, followed by a momentum back down again. The temporary bump up in price might even just be for today, followed by the downwards momentum towards the green cloud. If we see the exact opposite of that, if we see nothing but upwards momentum, there could be a chance that we would be breaking through the backside of a green cloud instead of on the front side. If that were to be the case, to keep this a buying signal for the day-to-day, which it currently, other than the fact that the price is below the conversion, everything else looks good because the lagging line is above price line, the conversion's above the base. It's just that the price is not above the conversion. So getting above 444 is ideal to keep maintaining a buy signal. So I would suggest a 444, let's say 445. Price point to see continued buying pressure. And with that, that's all I got for you. Oh, synthetic price failure on AMC, because I showed it to you on Ape. I believe we also reset a synthetic price failure on Ape as well that I had not mentioned to you guys. And, oh, maybe? Yeah, we did. We did when we drove up on Friday. Friday when price briefly drove past $4.48, we reset a synthetic price failure, which means that the new values at which we would have to drop to hit a synthetic price failure at this point would be these points down here at 369, 367, and 360. Those are going to be your 19.5, 20, and 21.5 price failure points from our current high of 459. You can see I've got a little bit of a line drawn out here, and we are kind of forming what appears to be a little bit of a bullish triangle. But I mean, we've had multiple breakthroughs of this this rising. It's a very, very slight rising of level of, I'm going to call it resistance because we're below it currently. If we can get another breakthrough, I really feel like this 448 number that I've got set up here, which is, if any of you guys are wondering what that is, that's actually 15% up from our low back here at $3.90 in that morning market, the 10th of July that we hit back here. So this is that's what that is. 448.5 is 15% up from there, and we've tested off of that multiple times, at least 3 times here. And we've got this ascending level of support that's occurring. If we were to take a look at both of those two things and say, like, okay, well, is there going to be like a third major retest of 448? And if so, and then a final breakout of this, when would that possibly be? And I would suggest that might be closer to the tip, maybe somewhere in this range. Good night, hon. Saying good night there. All right, so let's see. I guess that's all I got for you guys. I don't really have anything else. Let's get the Bollinger Bands back up, and I'll get back over to the page so I can see what it is you guys are writing. We're seeing a little bit of volatility right now on AMC. The Bollinger Bands are getting much wider here. The one thing I don't like about this mic is that if I don't sit back, it's harder for me to read what it is you guys are writing because it's kind of blocking a little bit of what it is you guys are saying. So I'm going to lean back in my chair here and talk from this point. Hopefully you guys can hear me. It's not going to be as close. Chad says he is very clear. He's going to have to be careful and not fart. Too late. Already done. If you guys didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. Good morning, Roseanne. So, my sister who lives in Phoenix, Arizona. Ooh, tough rainstorms in New York. That doesn't sound good. I'm glad you're okay. It's safe. It is. It's not really a new mic to me. I've had this mic for quite a few years. It's just I never had the analog to digital converter box that I got for my birthday to be able to utilize the mic, and it was funny because I got on Hunter's mic because his computer's here at our house now, and I got on his microphone. It was funny because he had the headphones on, and I was talking through the microphone. I was like, test, 1, 2, 3, and he goes, wow. I laughed pretty much just like that, and I said, what do you mean, wow? And he goes, you just sound great. So I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I said, maybe I have a future in radio. Never would happen. But what was I? There was something I was going to say, and I just forgot. I completely went down I feel like I went down a different... my sister in Phoenix, Arizona. So my sister in Phoenix, Arizona, I don't want to say too long ago, because it was actually quite a bit ago. She sold the house, and I was talking to her for my birthday, and she was like, we really feel fortunate. We sold like near the maximum top possible. And I was asking her how the market's going over there. Like, what's the housing market look like? And she's like, prices are just absolutely dropping like crazy. And she's like, this company called Open Door had purchased lots and lots of homes in the Phoenix area. Apparently, that's. I mean, this is what I'm getting from her. And she's like, this Open Door company came in, bought up a bunch of homes, and now they're going out of business. Good morning, Menjit. And I said, oh, that's interesting. I said, I wonder what their relationship to BlackRock or Vanguard is. And so I started going in. I was like, you got to tell me what the name of the company is, because she couldn't remember. So she went and found her husband, Chris, and Chris was looking at it, and he instantly knew. He was like, yeah, it's Open Door. So I started looking at Open Door, and I don't know specifically. It seems like they might have more ties to maybe Vanguard than they do BlackRock, which I was a little surprised by. But Vanguard and BlackRock are heavily invested in, but I mean, what aren't they invested in heavily? But I couldn't find any really strong links between them. Like, I couldn't tell if in regards to like maybe Open Door being like a shell company, I couldn't tell if that was the case or not. But I thought it was very, very interesting. And but I mean, that's sounds to me like they're having a little bit of a crisis over there in home value, maintaining it. That is. So I know when I lived over in Phoenix, in 2008. That was probably one of the first places that felt the impact from the 2008 home loan. I don't even know what to call it. Mortgage crisis that we had. So I don't know. Maybe they're feeling the pinch then there again. At least it sounds like it. Howie Frog says, I'm getting an appraisal on Wednesday. It's been a long time. I'm curious what they say. Bader says, where have you been last week? Bader, you're like that girlfriend. Like, where'd you go? It was my birthday on the 13th last week, and I decided to take not just my birthday off, but also the day after. So, and it was nice. It was nice. I got to relax and spend time with the family. And one of the things, it was really funny because my wife said, like, why don't we just go back down to the beach again? Because I really feel like she didn't get enough beach time in this last trip that we went down there. And so she keeps dropping beach hints left and right. And so for those of you who are in Florida. Funny, Frank should mention Florida. For those of you who are in Florida, I'm looking at potentially maybe taking a quick trip with her over to Florida in the near future. So I got onto Google Flights, and I've got between now and the 19th to decide if we're going to be taking this trip for sure. But, having said that, there were 4 cheap places to fly into in Florida. So I did a poll in the Discord. Maybe I should do a poll here to see if you guys agree. That'd be kind of interesting. Maybe I should do that. I hadn't thought of that. Let me try this. I'm going to poll you guys as well. The 4 places that I got was Miami, Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa. It sounds like Orlando's out of the question. Apparently, there's nothing even close by to Orlando for beaches. It's great. So, everybody who was posting on Discord was like, "Yeah, screw Orlando." So it sounds like to me like it's between Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa. I think most everybody is kind of in agreement on Fort Lauderdale. No. I'm sorry, Tampa. I think Tampa, to where I go visit. Fu was pushing Fort Lauderdale. Let's see. I'm looking to see here. Somebody said this beach called Siesta Key Beach in Sarasota. A lot of people were suggesting that one, which I think I'd have to fly into Tampa for that one. The only problem with this is that both the Orlando and Tampa, obviously we're going to disclude Orlando, but the Tampa flight has one stop between here in Texas and Tampa, and it's an overnighter stop, which means that it kind of cuts down on the amount of time that we'd be able to have, which kind of sucks. Like if I had to narrow it down between Miami and Fort Lauderdale, which are nonstop flights, it sounds like I might have to kind of sacrifice on beach quality. Mr. Tahiti says Siesta is great. Yeah, so Doug says Tampa good, Fort Lauderdale second. Yeah, it sounds like Siesta is the place to go. So I guess maybe that I was looking at places to stay in Siesta, and we're really looking at like a quick weekend trip away from the kids, just me and her. And I said it like we're gonna avoid those kids. I need to go wake up Hunter real quick here, so I need to take a break. Hunter's starting a new job here, starting this morning, so I gotta make sure he's up and ready to go. I'm going to put up a poll, and I'll let you guys decide for me. what's the best place to fly into. 4 beaches. I'm specifically looking for beaches. I mean, because she didn't get enough beach time in, right? Like if I go to Florida and I don't take her to a beach, it's not. That's the whole point of this is to make sure and get great beach time in. I'm gonna add in all 4 options, just because. Why not? So I'll put down the folder right here and I'll pull you guys here and we'll just leave it up for a while. Let's see here. What was the last one? Tampa? Let me make sure I spelled Lauderdale correct. I know I got the Fort part right, but let's see if I spelled Lauderdale. Oh, yes, of course I did. Okay, Miami, Orlando, yeah, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa. I'll let you guys decide. It seems it's gonna be funny if it's like a 3-way tie between Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa. Dynamite says clothing optional or no, Casey. I'm gonna say clothing should be probably a must. Casey, check out Sandestin. White sandy beach is a ton of stuff to do with kids. We're not taking the kids with us on this one, so we stay at the wharf in Sandestin on Back Bay. Tons of restaurants right there, and rent a golf cart and check out beaches. Frank says Tampa Airport is one of the easiest airports for in and out. That might be the way to go. And the only problem with that Tampa one though is that it's going to lessen the amount of time that we have to spend on the beach because it's going to cut down. Like the flight's a late night flight that's a layover, and I think it's a layover in Florida. If I'm not mistaken, it might even be like a transfer between. I'm not sure what FLL is. I'm pretty sure that's what the layover was though. What is FLL? That's Fort Lauderdale. Okay, so for some reason or another, the flight to Fort that's kind of weird. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have to look at a map and see. It feels like I might as well just get just get the flight straight to Fort Lauderdale and just rent a car and just drive the rest of it. What's the driving? Because it's not that big. Hold on a second here. I gotta look up maps. Florida. Might be fun to just drive. I could save some money that way. Let's see. That way I can leave early. We have more time. We can drive. Maybe there's like a coastal drive I can take. Let's see here. Where's... Okay, I see Fort Lauderdale. And then I see Tampa. So it's like driving from the east to the west, northwest, from Fort Lauderdale. So it's not like I guess we could cut across on the 75 and then take the 75 or whatever that, I'm not sure if it's called the 75 still as it goes north, but drive north from like Bonita Springs all the way up to Tampa. That might be a fun drive. I wonder if I can... Frank says it's like 3 hours. 3 hours here in Texas, Frank, is like nothing. Like we can drive 3 hours here and not even make it to the beach or Dallas. So a 3 hour drive for us is like that's a picnic. I mean, Texas is big, guys. You can't go. I can't drive for 12 hours. No, that might be too much. I don't think I can drive for 10 hours from where I'm at in any direction and make it out of the state. That may not be true. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. Let me change that. I can't drive more than 7 hours in any direction. And make it out of the state. So a 3 hour tour, that's nothing, man. We can do a 3 hour tour. Oh my gosh. We're going to get out. I was even thinking about taking her deep sea fishing for a day. We're going to get on a boat. We're going to take a 3 hour tour. We're going to get lost. I can see it all now. It's all unfolding. Progiller says you can fly to Punta Gorda on Allegiant Airlines from Austin. That sounds sexy. Punta. I see it on the map here. Punta Gorda. What's the price? Did you know that Texas is the size of the continental U.S.? Wait, what? I'm so confused by that. Boomstick, I've had this mic for a long time. Just didn't have the analog to digital converter box, which I got for my birthday. And because I wanted to see what it would be like having this mic and using it. So hopefully you like it. I'm not quite, what do we call him? Roach? Hi, guys. This is Roach. I wonder if could I do a whole day of Roach? That'd be really funny if I sat here and talked to you guys all day long like that. Oh man, I think I could do it. Boomstick says wrench. It's Roach. Doug says, if you're not from Florida, which is Floridian, shut up. Just kidding. You need a tight tan sweater, though. What in the heck is it? Hold on a second. I'm going to have to look this up because I don't know. I got to go wake up Hunter. All right, I got to go to break, guys, because I got to wake up Hunter real quick. It's already like 10 minutes past when I was supposed to wake him up. So I let him sleep in a little bit. He can feel rushed his first day, I guess. Only if you say Papa Roach, I'm okay with it then. Now you get to run one wire direct to the computer, so no more buffering. Yeah, right? If only. If I can get my butt up there. And it's so hot right now. Can you imagine? Man, we've had some temperatures lately where the like 8 or 9 o'clock at night when the sun's setting, it's still 101 degrees out. It has been unbearable. I can't even imagine going into my attic and trying to work in it right now. I have no idea how those AC people do it. Money. It's got to be money. All right, let me put up some music here, guys, for you, and then I'm gonna get the message on the screen. And then I'll go wake up Hunter. Ooh, sorry about that. All right. I will see you guys back at 8:15, and we'll start the day out. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back, and I'm just looking at the numbers here real quick to see. I already got 192 down for my prediction for Ape. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do for AMC. Ape is currently down 1.57% right now at 188. AMC is at 434. 5 up 0.35% right now, and let's see here. I'm kind of expecting to see a little bit of a down day on AMC, I think, and how far down before the reversal? Well, I wouldn't expect it to break past this ascending level of support. So I wouldn't expect it to be lower than 422. But I could definitely see a retest of that, or maybe even a retest of 410. I'm gonna go. I think I'm. Temporary down, temporary up. I think I'm looking at maybe like a 430 close. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a 430 close on AMC. That gives me a combined price of $6.22 for a close by the end of the day. Let's see. It's about one penny down from where we're at right now, which is 623. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going with. So 472 to 772. Einstein sent me a text earlier. Let me look at it real quick and verify what he put in. Let's see. He said 470. Oh, wow. It's really close to what I had. 471 to 771. We're a penny off of each other's predictions. And I know I saw Apex in here just a minute ago. He says, I'm thinking AMC is going to close 436 and Ape will close at 189, 625 total, 475 to 775. We are all very, very, very close. All right. Well, Noah, it's not a new mic. It's actually a really old mic, and it's more a new box that converter box that converts analog to digital. And after testing out my son's microphone that I got for him for Christmas, he moved his computer from his mom's house to my house, and now I we were playing around, and I heard myself on his microphone, and I was like, man, that sounds really, really good. I wonder if I can get anything close to as good as your microphone with mine. So I bought the converter box for my birthday, and now I'm checking it out to see what it sounds like. So, I mean, it's a new mic for you, not for me. But it is definitely a different mic. Absolutely. Albert says he's flying into Tampa this morning. Looks like, speaking of Tampa, Tampa's winning the vote right now. I said, if I go to Florida for a beach, quote unquote, beach trip, where should I fly into? And Tampa's narrowly winning right now with a 31% vote. 28% is voting on Miami. Obviously, Orlando, a lot of people have been stating that Orlando doesn't have a very good beach rep for that area. And of course, I was looking at a map earlier. I can see why that is. It's kind of like, I mean, it's not really close to the ocean at all, but I'm assuming that the better beaches are all on the west side of Florida. I feel like everybody's kind of like drawing me towards the west side. Some people have said Miami. I'm looking real quick here in reference to where everything else is. Let's see. I really don't see the difference between flying into Miami versus flying into Fort Lauderdale. I mean, it's pretty much like the same. It feels, at least it looks like on this map here that I'm looking at, that it's, I hope I'm looking at it correctly. It looks like it's basically the same thing. Would that be a correct statement for those of you who are listening right now? Would that be a correct statement that basically like Fort Lauderdale and Miami is like almost basically the same thing? AP says Sarasota Beach is one of the nicest beaches in Florida. That's the one that keeps getting brought up. Pirate says it's like Dallas-Fort Worth. That's exactly what I was thinking, right? I was thinking, like, is it like basically like Dallas versus Dallas-Fort Worth? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Got just a couple more minutes here before market opens. By the way, this trip is going to be fairly soon from now. So it'll be our last shindig before the school year starts. So I might be taking a little bit more time off. Well, our school starts up. I can tell you school starts up for the kids here in about 4 weeks. So sometime within the next 4 weeks, this trip might be happening. Yep. Joe says more time off, Casey. Yep. It is. It is more time. I mean, the thing is I like to see my wife happy. And when she's mentioned beach so many times after we just went to the beach, I feel like I got to get one more beach trip in for her. Otherwise, she's just not going to be satisfied. She's going to go a whole year without more beach time. And I really think that you got to make sure you got to make sure your woman's happy. So I feel like one more trip might do that. And so I said, what if we got on a flight, found like a really cheap flight for like $150 round trip, and believe it or not, guys, the flight to two of those locations, I think it's if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Miami and Fort Lauderdale trip, where round trip for two people was like just a little over $150. And I was like, man, how can you beat that? That's a really super cheap trip. You fly out, You spend a quick 2 days there at the beaches, enjoy like just a great 2 days, and then you fly back home and then you're good for the year. Forrest says, "Why didn't the beaches aren't beautiful in Galveston?" That's why, Forrest. They're not nearly as nice as they are in Florida, I'm sure. All right, let's get this day started. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open. I see what you guys are writing in there. I'm reading them. I see it, Jeff. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Wait. You sound too good now. I was just thinking about what. So when I recorded Buy and Hold, I did it on. Do you remember those really old iPhone ear? What am I trying to say? Headphones that came with it, the wired headphones, and it had like halfway down, like maybe around like your shirt or your chest button side, it was this like little square box that allowed you to like change the volume, turn on and off the mic and all. Like Buy and Hold was literally recorded on that microphone, that little an old Apple wired headset, and that was it. That was what it was recorded on. And I'm sitting there wondering, like, now, do I need to redo the song with this new mic? Because I was never able to get this mic up and running because I never had the converter box that I needed to use in order to use it. So now that I've got that, I really could maybe kind of sprucing up the song a little bit, maybe. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it is definitely it is definitely an upgrade. Hayden says, "Is this Casey the FM disc jockey?" You should hear it on Hunter's mic. Hunter's mic is an upgrade from the one that I have that we got him for Christmas. I've had this mic for years, and I never got it to work, and because I didn't have the converter box that I needed. Oh, wait a minute. We got to try a whole bunch of new fun things. Like, I hadn't even thought about this before, but I wonder how Bobblehead Ross, what do you have to say about the new mic?
Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test.
Dynamite says, auto-tune the intro, Casey. What is that? I don't even know how to do that auto-tune stuff. Yeah, you always bravery test is always taking a 2-inch brush. There's so many different things we need to do. I know when I was sipping coffee earlier this morning, I was wondering if you guys could hear that or not. There's so many things we're gonna have to do here. I don't have any crinkly paper in front of me. I mean, I could fish some out of my desk drawer right here, but So many sound things I'm gonna have to do. It's like ASMR. Yeah, let's see. Let me get some paper. I don't have any good crumple paper. Let's see. My burps are gonna be more pronounced. Yeah, I don't have any good crinkle paper in here. Jason says there's a Bob Ross video, the time lapse, all his pictures. Oh yeah, I saw that, Jason. Man, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there because I don't know if you know this or not, but there's a conspiracy theory out there that Bob Ross was like this, that he was a killer. He murdered people. And I've seen the one where they did this compilation. They showed like these different paintings that he had drawn, and they're suggesting that they're like it's the trail or the path that leads to the place where the bodies were found. And one of the pictures like is a direct representation of the place that the bodies were found. I saw this whole thing on it, and I was just like, man, why do we got to go there? I know Jason says a serial killer. No way. I know, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like they turn everything into conspiracy these days. And it's just like, bothers me so much. And maybe it's true. Maybe I don't know. But it sucks. Everything that you want to hold on to and believe that is good is warped at some point in time. Doesn't matter what it is. It's a person, it's a place. It doesn't matter what it is. Something always comes in there, destroys like something great. We heard it with the chip bags earlier. I didn't have no chip bags. Get out of here. Wait. I looked in my other desk drawer. I have paper. What is this? Can I destroy this? Yeah, I don't know what this is. This looks like passwords. I need like flushing sounds now. It's kind of cool having a nice microphone. All right, so let's talk about the title for the day today. Enough beating around the bush here, guys. SAG-AFTRA strike speech. This is gonna go on deaf ears. I know it is. It's gonna, you guys already kind of went off on a tangent on me a little bit this morning, and that's not my attempt here. There's just one thing that I want you to pick up from what it is. By the way, Fran Drescher, I never would have guessed in a million years, had a normal voice. So I learned something new there. The second thing that I learned was, my first takeaway was the same takeaway that a lot of you guys had, was like screw rich people wanting to be more rich, and screw unions. That was kind of my first initial reaction. But I want you to listen real carefully to Fran's words, and I want you to listen to how she's talking about the general workforce in the United States and how we're abused. And I want you to take that premise of what it is she's saying and understand that I've been saying the same thing to you guys for over the last 2 years, that this can only be sustainable for so long. Where does the inflation come from? A lot of it comes from businesses always trying to be on the up and up and moving more, and you have to have some kind of pullback at some point, right? You have to have something that breaks and gets rid of that inflation, and I know a lot of people feel like they've been abused, and so I want you guys to hear her words and not try not to have that thought process that I had, which was, oh, you're just rich and you just want more money. Try to listen to the words from the perspective of, yes, I'm one of those people that she's talking about. Just take it from that perspective and listen to what she has to say. Give me 1 second here while I pull this video up and rewind it. All right, I'll give Fran the floor.
Thank you, Duncan, and thank you, everybody, for coming to this press conference today. It's really important that this negotiation be covered because the eyes of the world, and particularly the eyes of labor, are upon us. What happens here is important. because what's happening to us is happening across all fields of labor by means of when employers make Wall Street and greed their priority, and they forget about the essential contributors that make the machine run. We have a problem, and we are experiencing that right at this moment. This is a very seminal hour for us. I went in earnest, thinking that we would be able to avert a strike. The gravity of this move is not lost on me or our negotiating committee or our board members who have voted unanimously to proceed with a strike. It's a very serious thing that impacts thousands, if not millions of people all across this country and around the world. Not only members of this union, but people who work in other industries that service the people that work in this industry. And so it came with great sadness that we came to this crossroads, but we had no choice. We are the victims here. We are being victimized by a very greedy entity. I am shocked by the way the people that we have been in business with are treating us. I cannot believe it, quite frankly. How far apart we are on so many things. How they plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right when giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs. It is disgusting. Shame on them. They stand on the wrong side of history at this very moment. We stand in solidarity, in unprecedented unity. Our union and our sister unions and the unions around the world are standing by us, as well as other labor unions. Because at some point, the jig is up. You cannot keep being dwindled and marginalized and disrespected and dishonored. The entire business model has been changed by streaming, digital, AI. This is a moment of history that is a moment of truth. If we don't stand tall right now, we are all going to be in trouble. We are all going to be in jeopardy of being replaced by machines and big business. Who cares more about Wall Street than you and your family? Most of Americans don't have more than $500 in an emergency. This is a very big deal, and it weighed heavy on us. But at some point, you have to say, no, we're not going to take this anymore. You people are crazy. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Privately, they all say we're the center of the wheel. Everybody else tinkers around our artistry. But actions speak louder than words. And there was nothing there. It was insulting. So we came together in strength and solidarity and unity with the largest strike authorization vote in our union's history. And we made the hard decision that we tell you as we stand before you today. This is major. It's really serious, and it's going to impact every single person that is in labor. We are fortunate enough to be in a country right now that happens to be labor friendly. And yet, we were facing opposition that was so labor unfriendly, so tone deaf to what we are saying. You cannot change the business model as much as it has changed and not expect the contract to change too. We're not going to keep doing incremental changes on a contract that no longer honors what is happening right now with this business model that was foisted upon us. What are we doing? Moving around furniture on the Titanic? It's crazy. So the jig is up, AMPTP. We stand tall. You have to wake up and smell the coffee. We are labor and we stand tall and we demand respect and to be honored for our contribution. You share the wealth because you cannot exist without us. Thank you.
At the at the risk of trying to make fun of something right here, I couldn't help but think now after watching this several times that this guy is standing. I don't know who this guy is, but standing. I probably should know who he is. I don't know who this guy is standing behind her, but all I could think was bored Drew Carey the whole time. he he totally looked like he was really not into it. And but anyways, sorry, I shouldn't have done that. What's her name? Fran Drescher is her name, and she is the president of SAG-AFTRA and of the union. And I hear it. I hear what she's saying. I hear the passion in her voice, and I'm pretty sure that I would say that that's not her acting. I think she is pissed. By the way, I was surprised to learn that Fran was the president of SAG-AFTRA. I had no idea. Should probably be embarrassed to not know that, but I just didn't know. I don't know. It speaks loudly to me. I hear what she's saying, and I like to apply what she's saying to something greater than just that union across the whole nation. It's a feeling that we all feel, a feeling that we all are being abused as a labor workforce, and I agree with her. And you don't have to agree with me. That's okay. If you have a different opinion on that, that's fine. But I do think that for too long I've seen it in the working force. I have seen people abused left and right. I've seen them squeezing blood out of turnips for years and years and years. Workers taking on 2 to 3 people's jobs, and the pay never really changing. In fact, I specifically remember one time. We had this is about a decade ago. This is how long this has been. This is how long this has been happening for. Over a decade ago, I got called into my boss's office. Over a decade ago, and he says, he was French, and he would say, Casey, I've called you in here because HR. And as soon as he said that, I was like, my heart sank. I was like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. And I'm like, what did I say? I don't know what I said that caused people to be upset. I'm in trouble. We had just had our yearly reviews, so it would have been like maybe June, May or June, because I think reviews were like in April, the yearly reviews. He calls me in and he goes, Casey, I don't know how to say. HR came in and did a review, and how do you say they found your performance is higher than what you're being paid, and they are giving you a pay increase. I was like, wow, that's cool. Never had that happen before. Like, right after I just got one, and I was ecstatic at first. He handed me the paper, gave me the pay increase sign. I signed it and handed it back to him. And I left really thinking like, that's really cool. I just got a big pay increase I wasn't expecting. And then I started thinking about it and I was like, wait a minute. That means I've been getting great reviews and I haven't been properly paid for the work that I've been doing. I'm just now, it's not even like a retro. It wasn't even for services that I had done. And so now I'm going to be getting brought into the pay scale that I should be in for work that's already been completed. And I went from feeling really cool and awesome inside to feeling like I'm just not really appreciated as much as I should be paid. And that hurt. I loved it. I loved the fact that I was getting paid more. But why was I getting paid more the whole time I was working? If I was getting the reviews that said I should have been getting paid more than what I was getting, then why was I getting it? And so that's, I think, probably one of the points at where I started to realize, and then they started laying people off shortly thereafter because the company was going to be starting to shut down. France was starting to pull back. The Labour Party won over in France. The new president came in France, and he said, "I'm bringing all the work back to France." And so the company that I worked for was a French-owned company, and they decided they were going to shut down their American plant. And so shortly thereafter, they started laying people off over a 3-year span. And the people who remained there were expected to continue to pick up for some of the people or complete job duties that were. I ended up, normally you only work in one area. For those of you who know anything about semiconductors whatsoever, I was in metals, and I was only supposed to work in metals. Before it was all said and done, because I was one of the last crew members to be laid off, or I shouldn't say laid off, but, well, I guess it is, yeah, laid off. Before I was laid off, I had metals, I had CMP, I had implant, and I had epi. Oh, and one other, DCVD. I had 5 areas. What normally 5 people would have been running or working on was all just me doing. And, I mean, Buck says you worked for Thompson. It was actually ST Microelectronics, but it was SGS Thompson prior to that. But yes, ST Microelectronics was the company at the time. And it was just kind of one of those things where it was like, I started realizing like people are abused. They're being abused all over the place. It wasn't just semiconductors; it was happening everywhere. Everybody was getting abused. Didn't matter who you were. Labor force was just getting abused. Maggie says, where was SAG when we contacted them to support us about the movie theaters? Where was SAG and its members be? Yeah, I mean, I understand. But one thing that I would say, Maggie, is that if you move forward, always feeling like you've had burned bridges and you can't choose to see that people are starting to open their eyes to what's happening, and accept the fact that they're on your side now, then you're never going to get help. So I'd rather have help now than no help at all. So we can play this like, where the heck were you guys 2 years ago game if you want to. But I'd rather that people are waking up and understanding and seeing what it is that we've all been saying and seeing for such a long time than not seeing it all. I'd rather have more people fighting for what it is that we're trying to fight for than less. Pearl Jeweler says they paid you 2 salaries to do the work of 5. No, they paid me 1. They paid me 1 salary to do the work of 5. Which, there was a little bit of reimbursement for that. I got to keep my job longer. But the other side of that is that the longer we kept our job, we were getting paid time and a half. So you're right. We were getting paid twice. We were getting double the amount of pay for doing 5 jobs. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what was happening. I got to keep the job longer, which meant that I kept twice the pay more. I got to keep twice the amount of pay for a longer period of time. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Casey, is that how you became addicted to bit drugs? No. No, that's where I learned to just love the pain. I gotta lean back to see what it is you guys are writing here. So if I get a little too quiet, you guys let me know. I can always boost the mic a little. Steven says numbers. It is time. Janice says we are all being exploited, but they don't care. We are like rodents to the elite. It's the truth. It really is that. I mean, that's what it is. Janet and I know we've talked about this on multiple occasions. I know you're no stranger to hearing me say it. We're not really cared for. I know what you do for a living, and I know you all aren't cared for the way that you need to be cared for. I know it doesn't matter. I could say almost any industry. I could say almost any industry, and there's going to be people out there who aren't cared for. And I'd like to start off with like teachers. Teachers is probably one of the most fundamental places that you would not want to see people underpaid, because that's your future. Your kids are your future. Our kids, and I say our kids because that they are our future. Even if they're not your kids or you have no kids, they're still our future. And if you want our future to look good, you got to start with paying teachers better. So, man, it's like, but no, we just abuse them more. Let's just abuse them more. Let's let teachers let's take away all the teachers' abilities to be able to do anything, and let kids start abusing the teachers, because we already are as well, right? Like, look at that. Look at some of the video. I mean, you guys have seen it. You've seen some of the videos. Those kids out there that are treating the teachers the way they are treating them, that never would have happened. Never would have happened a long time ago. Maybe not even a long time ago, 20 years ago. 20 years to some of you might be a long time. Not to me. I'm 47 now. But 20 years ago, some of this crap never would have happened. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, hitting your teacher 20 years ago? I can't. I can't imagine that. I don't even know. Abuse everywhere. Let's take a look at the numbers, because they're less depressing sometimes. Or maybe they're depressing, but they're just not part of all the other crap we get abused with. Let's take a look at some of our abuse, guys. Shall we? Shall we take a look at some of our number abuse? Why not? We're getting abused there too. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. Ariel says, as a retired teacher, our union, ETFO in Ontario, often worked hard and worked hand in glove with management, not in the way it was supposed to work. Yeah, I've had such a problem with teachers' unions for a long, long time, and I don't think that they are what they're supposed to be. And I think they empower bad teachers to keep their jobs and not. And I think it's bad. Tenure is probably like, I have the biggest problem with tenure, and the only people who I know who are in support of tenure are the people who have it. That's it. Those are the only people. Like, I've actually met brand new teachers and asked them this question, like, what do you think about your union or the tenure that you might have in the future from keeping your job for a period of time or whatever? And they're like, they're indifferent. They're indifferent to it. The only teachers that actually care about tenure are the ones that have been there for probably too long anyways. And they start to worry about whether or not they're going to have a continued job. It's sad. It's so messed up. It needs to get fixed. All right, I'm taking you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on. Remember, so long as the big tramp's not on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you set that up and it gives the ability for you to be able to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the access code, you might want to set that up. You never know when, what are we going to do for the day-to-day? When you're going to, I know, one of my kids did this, when you're going to jump into the pool with your phone in your pocket and then remember 10 minutes later that it's in there. Most phones, I think, are probably safe from that now, but if it's an older phone. Anyways, make sure you have a secondary device that can receive the access code. You never know when you're going to absolutely need that. And while you're at it, make sure you get a picture, video footage, or request a statement, digital statement of your portfolio from your broker so that you know what it is that you hold. In case something happens to the reporting by your broker and you need to prove ownership of what it is that you hold. Having said that, and after having moved screens around so I don't have to put any music up here for you guys, let's take a look at what we got going on for the day-to-day. Starting off with the top left-hand side, this is just 3 apes besides myself who are trying to predict the price. It's not meant as financial advice by any means. Price predictions for the day-to-day are extremely tight. Eric's still sticking with his 5 to 8 that he has, so he's a little bit higher than the rest of us, but I think he's just comfortable with his 5 to 8 and letting it ride for a while. But as far as price predictions for the day-to-day goes, I've got 472 to 772. Apex has 475 to 775. And Einstein has 471 to 771. There's literally, between Einstein, Apex, and myself, there's only a 4-penny difference. So we're all really narrowed in on the idea that price is going to be closing pretty close to what we started at for the day-to-day. Maybe a little bit down. Let's take a look at some of these other numbers. Short exempt volume for AMC is at 140.7 thousand shares from last Friday. Ape was at 94.9 thousand. Utilization for AMC for the day-to-day is at 98.86. We dropped off that 100% number again. Ape is at 34.28%, which I think at some point was almost 10% higher, had gone up about 10%. AMC closed down 2.48% on Friday. Ape down 3.05. Big little drop on Friday. Big little. That's like I said 2 different words. Big in a short period of time. Big drop in a short period of time. Max Payne, and we'll cover that information here, and I'll show you why I think that kind of makes a little bit of sense when we look at some of the numbers in just a minute. But Max Payne for this week is $10. If you're looking at the option side of the screen on the right-hand side there, you're going to notice that a lot of that open interest is that's causing Max Payne to be a $10 strike is sitting at a $10 strike. So, I mean, that's mainly the reason why it's a $10 strike right now, and not really any other reason. What I would encourage you to do or suggest is that there's a different level of pricing the market's shooting for. And if you look at the calls, it's at a $5 strike with 77,000 contracts in open interest. And on puts, it's at a $4 strike with 197,000 contracts, which means that we're looking at the market's kind of looking at like a $4 to $5 close by the end of the week on AMC. So that's I think that's what it's kind of targeting right now. Let's take a look at off exchange. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange on AMC. We've got 43.1, and EDGX between 10 and 11, and it's at 8.08, so a little bit lower than I would expect by about 2.82%. CHX volume is at 0.07 with a 30-day average of 3.68. Off exchange for AMC's Ape is rather at 60.89% and EDGX at 6.39. That's about 13.28% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0. On GME, CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.38. Nothing unusual happening there. Institutional ownership earlier this morning was 138.861 million. Still is. Let's take a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume so far this morning, coming in at a $5 strike. Let's see here. That's about 50 cents up from where it was when I left last week on Wednesday. There's at a $5 strike, there's 8.1 thousand contracts. That's unusually high volume. I would expect to see about 3,500 contracts tops. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta sneeze. Whew, man. If I ever forget to cut this mic off when I do sneeze, you're in trouble. Excuse me. At a $4 strike, that's the highest amount of volume so far for puts this morning. There's 15.5 thousand contracts. Market really kind of hitting hard on the puts this morning. There's also a secondary level of pressure at about a $3 strike with 10,000 contracts. A little bit of action. No. There's a little bit of volume right now at a $10 strike as well for current volume, but not a whole lot. All right, taking you guys over the other page here. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.22. That's the target price for the close for the day today that I had. Do note here, I've got a very long wedge. I'm going to see if I can... I'm drawing... When I click on this upper level of support, you'll see that I've drawn it based off of these 2 points right here. But what I want you to note is that there's been other points in time where this has acted as a level of support and resistance on multiple occasions in the past. And I would suggest that it has a significant level of... it's established a level of support and resistance that's occurred on multiple occasions. So I've got a line drawn down from here, and then I've got this level of support, again, also showing multiple levels of support, and putting my breakout box in this time frame, which is going to start on around July 28th, towards the end of this month here. Whether or not this is going to break up or down remains to be seen. I would imagine that this will probably break to the top side, but we would need to see increasing volume occurring before a breakout. So we'll probably retest the bottom side of this at some point, and then be heading back up and looking for a break going into the 28th, about 11 days from now. All right, let's take a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, we have about 315,000 shares having been returned for AMC. That's going to slightly drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 28.01%. Do note our cost to borrow average or min is 931.16%, average is 995.33, and max is 1,003%. Utilization fluctuating around quite a bit here currently. But dropping down from Thursday to Friday from a 100% number to 98.86. On loan amount increasing, however. Even though utilization dropped, it did increase from 178.11 to 178.12. So 10,000 shares borrowed on Friday. That's going to keep the estimated short-term interest, the free float rate where it's at. It's not going to change anything. Flatlining for 3 days in a row at 28 point. Actually, not quite 3 days in a row. 2 days in a row of 28.03. On loan average age per day, obviously rising if you're not borrowing new shares, but they are today. They're borrowing more shares today. On loan average went from 137.06 to 137.98, and security lending volume slightly increasing from 1.19 to 1.28. So far for the day today, we've seen about 70,000 shares borrowed on Ape. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.5%. The cost per arm ends at 6.42, average is 6.67, and max is 6.91. Utilization had a nice little jump up. Did come down a little bit on Friday, however. We got to as high as 37.43% utilization, and then on Friday dropped back down to 34.28. The on-loan amount increased through that. Went from 14.18 million shares on loan to 15.14, which is about 960,000 shares, almost a million shares there. The estimated short share interest of the free float rose as a result from 5.44 to 5.5, and then the on-loan average age per day dipping some more due to some newer loan shares going out, and that went from 70.04 to 66.5. Security lending volume decreasing day over day from 2.57 down to 998,000 shares. Due to our low volume this morning, I did not expect to see AMC, Ape, or GME on this list. I don't think any of those three have good large quantities of volume this morning. And we are not on the list of most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $3.90 for AMC, Ape at 1.719. Shares available to borrow is 0. There was 700,000 shares earlier this morning. The first borrowing was for 550,000 shares, and then they borrowed the remaining 150,000 shares almost 30 minutes before market open. Oh, no, actually, wait, they open at 9:30. My bad. It's almost an hour and a half earlier. Fees were last seen at 974.9%. That's the last thing that I have written on my board from last week. So those are pretty elevated numbers. Calls this week, we have 449,000 calls out of the money, 50.2 thousand contracts in the money, 507.7 thousand contracts are out of the money that puts, versus 341.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Let's see how the rest of this market's doing here. NASDAQ is up 0.48, Dow Jones is up 0.07, S&P 500 is up 0.16. We have 3,803 advancers to 2,389 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. Let's see what big bank movers we got going on right now. I'm just going to announce anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRCB is down 13.71. Coinbase up 3.6. And that might be it. Yep, that's it. Ethereum Classic is up 1.37%, getting closer and closer to the box. Remember, I have the box for AMC breakout around the 28th of July. I'm seeing the 25th for Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic does typically run prior to AMC. I also have a box for the same time frame, just a little bit earlier, which is exciting to see. The US dollar is currently up 0.19, struggling to maintain at about 99.58. It is currently at 99.96, up 0.19% for the day today. Oil is up 1.41%. This is the one that I was expecting to see jump quite a bit. I'm expecting to break outside the box here on an upwards trend. Going forward, we did have a big drop down on Friday. I don't know what would have caused that. I don't know if I haven't checked to see if there's any specific oil news. I will not be surprised if we had more selling of strategic oil reserves that occurred on Friday. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.06 to 0.1 and on a slightly downwards trend for the day. SPY is up 0.15 right now, and on an uptrend. Pretty decent uptrend. VIX is down 1.98%. I'm expecting to see, over the weekend I kind of did some work on a couple different things that I was looking at, and one of the things that I felt like might be the case is we might be seeing a sharp break to the top side here around maybe like the end, well, starting as early as tomorrow, going into the 18th, there might be a run at around like 15, bringing VIX up to around 15. And then I was expecting potentially maybe like a breakthrough, leading anywhere around 720 to 724, a breakout above 16 again, or another break. VBR, one of the largest holding ETFs of AMC, is up 0.26 on an uptrend. VB is up 0.37, looking very similar, is also another large ETF holder of AMC. Tesla is up 2.13, on a slight uptrend, but consolidating currently. Amazon is down 0.12 on a current uptrend after having a market open, a little bit of a dump on market open there. Cinemark is down 2.02% on a downtrend. Doge is up 0.85 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.08 and consolidating. This is another one that I did some work on where I felt like I saw a significant pattern happening. I think there's a potential head and shoulder pattern occurring currently, and on Bitcoin, and I've got the breakout period for the downtrend around the 24th, which would put us right 23rd, 24th would be the overnight period on a Sunday night, where it'd be very likely to see something like that occurring. So maybe in about a week from now, we might be seeing a downtrend that might bring price on Bitcoin, if I had to guess, somewhere between 27.6 and 25.7. And then I expect to see some consolidation. And what's going to be interesting about this is if this head and shoulder completes, the head and shoulder will be the completing portion of the downwards trend that would complete the ascending broadening wedge pattern that I've got drawn out from quite a while ago. And it would have that breakout going down, and probably, in the way this pattern is supposed to work is it breaks out going down and retests the secondary touching point, which is going to be around 19.4 K a coin. Then at that point, it would have like a 62% chance at seeing a further decline in value. GME is up 0.58% and uptrending. HYMC is up 1.91 and trending up. NCMI is down 1.27, and I'd call it consolidation currently. Hood is up 1.53 and trending up. Ape is down 0.82 and trending up after an initial drop in market price at the beginning of the day. And AMC is up 0.46 and on an uptrend after an initial drop in the market this morning. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have about $1 million more outflow than inflow on AMC. 3.11 million shares traded so far after, 55 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 22.05 million shares traded by the end of the day. That's already within the 5 to 25 million I projected in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.48, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.26, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 44.18, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.97, which is average. And that divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring, if I didn't say that. On Ape, so far this morning, we've got approximately almost $100,000 more outflow than inflow, not quite. 912,000 shares traded so far after 56 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 6.35 million shares traded on Ape by the end of the day today. That is very low volume. today's prediction was 1 to 20 million, so we're definitely in that range. On a 4-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.35, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. There might be just slightly more buying pressure. RSI is at 46.49, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, and RSI at 49.72, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 56.1, which is slightly above average. Ichimoto. Ichimoto for the day today. Lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. Green cloud right now, but red cloud forming in the futures. This kind of signifies to me that I think we're going to be heading upwards towards the red cloud to be breaking through. And so I've got a prediction of about 192 for a close for the day today, which would put us really close to breaking through the cloud by tomorrow. If not tomorrow morning in the pre-market, we could see a break above 195. Or it could happen during the day. We'll see. But the strong push point for today is going to be about $2 because we got to get this lagging line above price line in order to really see a big strong push. On a 4-hour chart, however, lagging line is right on price line. Conversions just below base. This is not very bullish as of right now, but it does have red cloud forming in the future, which means seeing that upwards trend to meet or break through this cloud seems relevant. To break through the cloud and create a buying signal for the day-to-day on a 4-hour chart, we would need to see something greater than $2.05. On AMC, lagging lines below price line on the 1-hour chart, conversions below base, and you've got price moving down through the green cloud, reaching a bottom here at about $4.27. Do note we have red cloud forming ahead, which means that it may only be temporary before we see a reversal and heading back up, trying to push us to maybe around 440. But I have us closing at about I do have us closing at a 430 price. I don't know how I came up with that. Oh, that's lower than where we're at currently. I think it's going to stay out of this cloud here today. And so what would turn this into a buying signal? On this chart, $4.60 would create a buy signal. We got to get the lagging price above price line. So 460 is going to be the magic number. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, but price is touching now on base. This usually is a setup for price to come down a little bit, which is another part of the reason why I'm suggesting 430 for a close. But I think there's strong potential to see maybe an uptick, a short uptick, as you have red cloud here for a short period of time, followed by another green cloud. So I think ultimately we may be seeing coming back down in price and dropping below 424 before the end of the week's over at some point. And that's all I got for you guys. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. You know what we saw, Pirate, when you mentioned Tom Hanks? We saw, my wife and I saw Otto. I don't know if it says Mr. Otto or something like that, but I know Otto's in the name of the movie. We saw that movie, and man, I couldn't help it. I cried. I cried. I went and saw last night. We went and saw Sound of Freedom, and I was really surprised. I thought for sure I would be crying a lot more than I did through that movie, only because I expected to see a lot of it felt like more action than anything. So But there were definitely, I mean, there was, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's not a tearjerker. I'm just saying that I expected way worse tear-jerking stuff than I guess I felt we got through the movie. I mean, the rough times are the rough times through there, but it's a good movie. I have, it's such a weird thing. I don't want to say it's a great movie because I don't want to like make it sound like, oh, it's awesome. The subject matters. Somebody asked me that question. They said, "What did you think of the movie?" And I said, "It as a father, it's heart wrenching." And I think that's probably the only thing that I don't even want to say it's good. I just want to say it's heart wrenching. So, and it's the truth. So that's, as a father, it is very heart wrenching to have to watch stuff like that. So, but my wife and I watched it last night. Nothing happened. The AC was working the whole time. We didn't have any problems. I told my wife, I said, we're eating before we will watch this movie. I'm not buying any popcorn because there's no way I'm freaking eating popcorn through that movie. So we did all the eating beforehand. I was afraid. I was actually afraid I was probably gonna have to like leave and puke or something like that, but it didn't get to anything quite like that in the movie. Glenn says this could be a record. Fidelity lending at 112.75%. That's awesome. Aquatic Tour says, Casey, regarding your beach trip, you can't beat the experiences of Florida Keys. Key Largo is the first key and offers everything you would want if you want to see me in scuba, Punta Gorda. I'm going to copy that down. I'm not saying, so first thing is I don't plan on making this a me trip at all. This is for Melissa, so she can have her fulfill her beach time, her beach quota. She's got beach quota. She needs it. It makes her whole. But I'm definitely gonna write that in my notes and see if that's someplace. Maybe we can. One of the things that I'd like to do is, and she mentioned this too. She said, if you want to like make sure we go someplace where we meet up with a lot of people to, have a drink or something like that. Make sure you plan that in there. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And then, so it's gonna be, somebody's always gonna get left out, guys, right? And just note that this is gonna probably be within this month. This next month, because we have to do it before the kids go back to school. If you get left out, I apologize. I can't. I can only be one place at one time. So I'm gonna try to plan this as carefully as possible. I don't think MC. I don't even think I can get her to snorkel. Honestly. Like she didn't like putting her head underwater. So I shouldn't say that. She doesn't mind putting her head underwater. She just doesn't, she chooses not to. Me, on the other hand, I'm like a freaking fish. I can't get enough of water. Jason says, can you look at numbers on Ortex for HYMC? I absolutely can. Hold on one second here. Let me pull it up. I'm going to take you over to the other page, and we'll pull that up real fast. I've already got GME pulled up here, but I'll pull up HYMC. Come on. Borrowed change amount for the day is at 411,000 shares. Cost per men's at 22.65, average 23.7, and max is 23.93. Short share interest of the free float's at 5.03%. The short share interest is at 7.87 million shares, which doesn't sound like a whole lot. I mean, that kind of makes sense since it's only 5% short share interest of the free float. Let's see here. Utilization is at 69.77%. It was 100% for a while, and then started breaking down underneath 100% in around June 27th. I'm not sure how that correlates to AMC at all. Let's see here. We were June 26th. We broke 100 a day before they did. But there were some spike downs prior. But notice the utilization taking a big drop down there, and then price starting to rise shortly thereafter. On loan amount is heading down. Seems like there might be some closing of positions that's occurring right now, and that's heading on loan amount drop day over day last from 20.13 down to 17.81. There's really not a whole lot of short interest there. Estimated short share interest of the free float showing up at driving down from 5.64% down to 4.89. And then the on-loan average age per day is starting to skyrocket as they're not lending more shares from 55.13 to 59.22. Security lending volume, a little bit of some spikes in here, and day over day from Thursday to Friday it went from 1.44 million to 8.4 million. Hopefully that cost to borrow, some people ask, or days to cover, some people ask about those numbers. 6.32 days. And I guess that should be everything that you want to see. Sucks to be shorting right now. You're asking me a question about why Adam is not doing something, and I don't know the answer to that. I don't know why he's choosing to not do the investigation into short selling. One thing I can say is that I would go look at the track history of the company that Highcroft is using to do the investigation and see what their track record is on actually doing anything about it. What have they ever been able to manage to get done with it? And is it a worthy investment? I think that's the question I would pose back to you is why do you think that that's going to be or result into something good for the company? Howie Frog says, I was surprised to some kids watching Sound of Freedom, and they should know to protect themselves. Maximus, good morning to you. Yeah, but that did nothing for him, though. It did nothing for them at all. It's a waste of time, Deb. I hate to break it to you, but those investigations lead to nothing. And so, for the AMC to waste $50,000 to $60,000 or somebody's salary on getting nothing done, it's pointless. It's not why their stock prices ran up, though. It had nothing to do with that. for this week. Announcements that we have for this week. Economic reports. Today is supposed to be, well, it looks like it already occurred. Empire State Manufacturing Survey is supposed to be in today. Tomorrow we have U.S. retail sales. Sales minus autos, industrial production, capacity utilization, business inventories, and home builder confidence index are all reporting tomorrow. Wednesday we have housing starts. Thursday's initial jobless claims, which they're expecting to go down. Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Survey, existing home sales on Thursday, and then U.S. Leading economic indicators is reporting, and then nothing scheduled for Friday. Hey, thanks, Jared. I appreciate that. The microphone apparently the microphone makes a big difference. A lot of people had asked me before, do you do anything to modify your voice at all? And I'm like, no, I'm just talking in a microphone. Nothing. I don't modify the voice in any kind of way. And so now you got a microphone, like a legit microphone here. Well, I don't know if this is legit. I think anybody who's involved in music production or media production would probably laugh that I would say that this is a legit mic, but it's an AKG P120, which it's like 100. It's like 100 and I think it's $100. Let me look it up and see. Which, in the grand scheme of things, I think I would drop more on. Yeah, it's like $100 microphone. Maybe even it looks like I can find it for 90. In the grand scheme of things, I would drop that much on a probably a really piece of crap headset. So it's really not even that great of a mic. But I'm not doing anything to it. Yeah, I agree, Deb, with your statement about, to me, the more CEOs standing up saying there's corruption in the markets, the better our voices get heard. I agree with you, and Adam Aron's no stranger to that and has many occasions expressed how this stock, in particular, AMC, is being heavily shorted. Yeah, I wasn't real happy with the whole Nicole Kidman agreement for the advertisement. But, you know, it is what it is. It was done. Zoro saying the same Adam Aaron who said synthetics are a fairy tale. That's not exactly what he was saying. What he was trying to say was is his focus, and if you listen to the whole thing, he's saying his focus is on working on making sure that AMC survives by making profits, and that the idea that you know he should focus attention on something other than that is, you know, that's, you know, a fairy tale. Like if you sit there and you focus on things that are just unicorn, if you focus on unicorn and fairy farts, that's what you're going to get. So the way that you really beat a short thesis is by making a company show profit revenue. So if you want to invest in a company that invests in fairy farts, go for it. But I'd rather have a CEO that says, no, I'm going to start investing in making sure that I do things that are going to help the company to make money instead of fairy farts. So, yes, that's what he said. No synthetics that he can prove, right? Like he can't prove synthetics beyond what it is that is being reported, right? Like if you go to the governing agencies that are supposed to be reporting authentically what's there and what isn't there, and they say there's nothing more in existence than there's supposed to be, you can't prove it. And if you can't prove it, you can't claim it. Because if you claim that, then you could potentially have somebody who could start suing you. So he's actually making he's keeping himself very, very clean in regards to making sure that he doesn't say anything that's going to be inaccurate from what's being reported. It doesn't prove anything. Those FTX, that doesn't prove anything, unfortunately. We got about 11 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers again. On this last run up on AMC, we did print a TD9 here, and we were on the very top edge of trying to break a Bollinger Band to the top side. You can see the price came back down and retested the simple moving average and is finding support there. If it does break through the simple moving average, there's a good chance that we might see price starting to fall back down again. Currently, we have Ape at 1.895, down 0.79%, and AMC is up 0.66 at 435.9. Hayden says, when you're talking about farts, staying clean is key. That's so true. There's nothing like a shirt. Man, I don't know about this whole... Like, you guys are going to hear all my indigestion now. I mean, it's not like you couldn't hear it before, but now it's going to be like... I feel like it's just going to be so much more clear. You're going to hear all the gurgles and everything. Leon says, so you got clickbaited by a movie, Casey. Wait, what? What do you mean I got clickbaited by a movie? No, Jason, unfortunately not. You're talking about an unregulated market. Dr. Zena says, if we if we hear a wet, juicy fart come through the microphone, you lose 5 points for bad behavior. You ain't gonna hear it. I don't think you're gonna hear that. I was behind in the stream and you were talking about the movie from last night. Nah, man. if you're gonna look, if you want to come at me and tell me that child sex trafficking isn't happening, I don't know what to tell you, man. You can believe what you want to believe. I know that's not true. I know that it is true. I know that there's all kinds of child sex trafficking happening out there, and I find it a little offensive to suggest that people would be buying into some fake news when it comes to child sex trafficking. That stuff is happening, guys. And if you don't want to believe it, and if you want to just bury your head in a hole someplace because it makes you feel better at night, you'll sleep better because you want to ignore it, then fine, ignore it. But I'm not going to. And I don't think it's clickbaity. And I know it's happening. We all want to live in the comfort of our homes. Go to sleep at night and not have to worry about anything and pretend some bad shit's not happening to somebody somewhere in the world when it is. I'd like to. I'd like to go to sleep thinking that the world's great all around us and everything's hunky dory. Okay. All right. I see what you're saying now. It I think they did just enough, Leon, to grab enough people without having to go into the deep darkness of it all. I mean, I think I feel I don't want to say too much because I don't want to give away the movie. There's that one part, the one part where he's watching the computer screen. And he has to go through and watch all the stuff so he can report what's happening. And you see, it just shows you like the pictures of his eyes and tearing up and everything. And that's the dark shit right there. That's the stuff right there that actually really would have not seeing that happening, but something more than just seeing his eyes tear. Seeing his eyes tear up was enough. It was enough. It's all you had to see. That's all you had to see. You didn't even have to see. And so the rest of the movie being an action movie didn't necessarily even have to be. It was just the right amount. It was the right amount for enough to waken people up to what's going on. I guess that's all I got to say. It was enough. And I'm glad, Leon, that I understand that sometimes the words that are coming through, it's really hard to put everything like in a text and like try to get what you're trying to say across right. So that's why I was trying to be in general, like if you're the kind of person, and I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying in general, if you're the kind of person that doesn't believe that kind of stuff is happening in this world, I don't know what to say. I got nothing for you. And I'm not, again, Leon, I'm not talking to you because obviously that's not what your intent was in saying that. So, but yeah, man, it was not what I was expecting. Papa Max says if the movie were showed what really happens, no one could bear to watch the movie. It was a balancing act. You're absolutely right, and I realized that in the movie because I was sitting there going like, man, I've only cried like twice in this movie, and I thought for sure I'd need to take like a box of tissues and like just have it the whole time, and I was just sitting there going like, to be honest with you, Papa Mac, I was a little bit relieved because I thought for sure it was going to be way worse in regards to how I was going to be feeling, and so I was sitting there going like, thank you for not being so bad because I know it's bad out there, but. It was a total, and I realized that as I was watching, I was going like, this is a balancing act. He's playing the guys that made the movie were playing a very dangerous game of a balancing act between, walking that fine line of showing too much and not showing enough. And, man, I tell you how do you do that? How do you show something as terrible as that to waken people up to what's happening and not show too much? Not show enough to really make people care. And they did a good job. I'll say that. It was heart-wrenching. It was definitely heart-wrenching. Yeah, Leon. It's crazy, man. Oh, Jason says Credit Suisse is hiding records for 50 years. Yeah, I saw that, man. I saw that this weekend, and I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, 50 years? What kind of JFK crap is this? That's what it felt like. I was sitting there going like, man, this is some JFK bullshit is what this is. 50 years? Why do they get to hide their records for 7 years? 7 years of naked shorting or shorting that they're not going to, that they get away with not reporting for 50 years. And I'm like, this is some BS. You know what this is? This is to save people. This is what Fran was talking about, guys. This is the BS. This is the abuse that we are being put up with, that we're having to put up with. The rich fighting for the rich and to stay rich. And this is exactly what we're talking about right here. Them getting away with these crimes. And it's just like, why? Why do they get to get away with this when everybody else would have to face some kind of punishment for what's going on? And it's like, this is some just major BS. That 50-year thing pissed me off. I almost made it the title for the day today. But the more I started thinking about it, the more I was like, no, I really want to. I mean, I don't want to. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. But that 50-year thing pissed me off. Something healthy. Quick question, Casey. Were you in Milan this weekend? No. I don't know what that means, but no. Sammy Boy, it's all about money sometimes. In some countries, people don't even care about life whatsoever, and it's more about money. I went to Africa one time on a mission trip. Don't judge me. I went to Africa one time, and it was really interesting. One of the things that I think that impacted me the most on that trip is that how people how do you say this? How people cherish or how people view life is different. They know that life is fleeting, and that in 1 minute to the next, you don't know, a billion different things could happen where that person wouldn't be there anymore. And so loss of life, well, I'm not trying to say that they don't care, but it's just accepted. Like, oh, somebody's gone, they died, you move on. And I always thought that was really kind of interesting how maybe in a third world country that people see life, differently because they have to deal with different living conditions. And I guess that's eye-opening when you see that. And so when you talk about money, money speaks way louder in those people's lives, because that money means the difference between happiness for whatever period of time you are alive for versus not having happiness for them. Current sustained life can be made or broken off of money. And We don't think of in terms like that here in the U.S. Some people just go claim bankruptcy. No, they don't see it as a life or death. You don't see money as a life or death thing for us over here. So in terms of how anybody could do something like that whatsoever, they just see the money. They don't care about the human life. They care more about the money that's going to move them forward or give them happiness. Funky, don't hate me, man. I forgot to download it again. I'll try to remember tonight. I didn't get a message from you. I need to get a message. I need a message to remind me. I was going to do it and I completely forgot again. Glad says, isn't FTX out of jail? Not that I'm aware of. I think, they're trying to recover money for people. I think they were talking about maybe trading it or opening FTX back up again in the future, but I haven't heard any recent news on that, so I'm not positive. Yeah, Jason's saying FTX is considered starting up again. All right, Funky. Thanks, man. If you can remember to remind me, then I'll remember to download it. Mega Hulk says, many people living like third world downtown cities across the nation, the homeless. Yeah, you're right. And if you go and you look at homeless people, and it doesn't matter how you could do it today or you could have done it 50 years ago. Same thing there, right? Life isn't really necessarily cared for there either. So it's a different outlook on life. Point Break Thor says, my birthday is 7/21. Can you play funky music for me? Point Break Thor, hold on a second. Let me write down. Yes, I can. I'm writing down your birthday. $7/21. Yeah, but it's not even that, Leon. Like I'm talking like I was living or I was out in the middle of tribes in Africa, and it's not even city stuff. Like it's like the people just out in the wilderness. There's a lot of like African rebel forces, and sometimes they'll just go in and they'll just they'll go into like a village. It has nothing to do with city life whatsoever. It's not the same as it is in here in the U.S. And these rebels just come in and they just steal children. They just take kids, and or they might just take men, or they might take women. You never know, and it's different. It's just so different. You don't know. Life is so fragile, very, very fragile. I want to say that they have to deal with so much loss that they're like desensitized to it. Like it doesn't register when you have lost loved ones constantly. It's just it's normal. I don't even want to say it's normal. It's just something you deal with. Yep, it's all over the place. You're absolutely right, Leon. Absolutely. I'm just giving you the examples that I've seen firsthand. But you're absolutely right. It's everywhere. And including, like somebody mentioned, here in the U.S. as well. All right, it's 10:07. It's time to take a look at the numbers, see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys... I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that big tramp again. My gramps was in World War I, came back and didn't want to talk. So traumatized, he was frontline and was supposed to die, just saw slaughters. There's a lot of... I mean, it's like every war, man. War's nasty, man. There's some awful, awful stuff that happens with war. Nobody wants to talk about. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be about 11 to 12%. For AMC, we got 47.34% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.63%. We're seeing a grand total of 54.97%, when I would expect to see 60, so we're about 5.03% less than we should be. CHX volume for this morning is at 0.33% with a 30-day average of 3.67. Nothing unusually large happening there. Taking a look at Ape, we're at 66.34% going through off exchange. EDGX 5.37. The combined total 71.77%. That's 11.71% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume for the day today, it's at 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.38. Nothing unusually large happening there either. Vortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was 315,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now 307,000 shares. I'm sorry, I said borrowed. I should have said returned. Returned shares. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest. Actually, it did change it. 0.01 up. It's now at 28.01%. I think it did change it. I think it was 28% an hour ago. I don't know. It's close. Cost borrow min's at 931.16. Average is 1,000. Max 1,003. Shares on loan for the day today is at 178.12 million shares on loan. And that's 10,000 shares more than Thursday, or I should say Friday. Ortex estimated that 0. That was in there was no change in closed short interest or positive or negative. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 70,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now a return of 904,000 shares. That's going to drop that estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.44%. Cost of borrow mins at 6.2. Average is 6.69 and max is 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 15.14 million shares. That's 960,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Taking a look at options. Where are they? There they are. Let's see here. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $5 strike. An hour ago there was 8.1 thousand contracts. There's now 12.7. On puts, highest amount of volume so far for the day today is at a $4 strike. An hour ago there was 15.5 thousand contracts. There's now 23.5. Market really is hitting hard with the puts today. Super, super hard. I think they're expecting to see price drive down before the end of the week. I mean, if you look at the amount of volume that we've got in compared to put volume versus call volume, it's massive. I mean, there's like, what do we got going on here? Let's see, 20, 40, 52, 53. It's like 54,000 contracts between a $3 and $4 strike in volume for the day today. which is pretty hefty. I shouldn't assume that all of that is in open positions, because it could. I think it could be in closed positions as well, and there is a lot of open interest there. So if those positions are closing as price is rising, that's a possibility. But we won't know until tomorrow when we see the numbers. And we see if open interest dropped or went up. There is some more $10 strike call and put volume this morning. About 3,200 in calls, 2,700 in puts. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.23. I've got us at a 622 close for the day today. Really, really close to that. And do note here, I know this is a really long time interval. I don't want our time chart here, but I do have a future breakout coming towards the end of the month. I'm thinking probably up on this. Let's take this down to a 10-minute interval and see what's currently happening on a 10-minute interval. Mainly just some consolidation, I guess, from Friday's prices. Orders by Fidelity customers. With little volume today, I can't imagine AMC, Ape, or GME is going to be on this list. And we are not. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $3.90. Ape at 1.719. Shares available to borrow is still at 0 shares. And last reported fee amount was 974.9%. NASDAQ is currently up 0.47. Dow Jones is up 0.13. And the S&P 500 is up 0.18. We have 3,774 advancers to 2,453 decliners. The market's slightly more declining than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers. Looks like plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRCB is down 16.13. That's the only big movers. Ethereum Classic is up 1.08%. The US dollar is up 0.19. And I would say currently on a very, very slight uptrend. Oil is up 0.77% and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.07. And for the most part, consolidating. SPY is up 0.19 on a very slight uptrend. VIX is down 1.98%. It actually had a jump up. Yeah. What, I got this on an hourly? Let me put this on the daily. Yeah, it did. So over the weekend, it closed at 13.22 and then opened up at 13.87. So we're on a current downtrend from a big jump in the VIX. VBR is up 0.39 and trending up. That's one of the largest ETF. VB and VBR are the two largest. The last I checked was the two largest ETF holders of AMC, and both are trending up. VB is up 0.55% for the day. Tesla is up 1.34 and trending down since a initial market move up. Amazon is down 0.69 and consolidating currently. Cinemark is down 2.49 on a slight decline in price. Doge is up 0.39 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.11 and consolidating. GME is down 0.2% and pretty much trading. For the most part, we had a rise in the beginning portion of the morning, and then it's on a downtrend currently, and just about breaking even for the day-to-day, down 0.2%. So I'd say it's consolidating currently. HYMC is up 6.67% on an uptrend. NCMI is down 0.48 and on a very slight decline, downtrend. Hood is up 2.03 and on a slight incline in price, slight uptrend. Ape is down 1.31% and consolidating, but just now starting to get a little bit of a breakdown to the bottom side here and touching the Bollinger Band as it does so. And AMC is, for the most part, I'd say it's on a current downtrend, but it was overall for the day so far, I'd say it looks like it's pretty close to consolidating, down 0.46%. And with that, I just realized I didn't take my medication this morning. I was just sitting here thinking about, hey, I don't think I took my meds. Let me make sure I got you guys set up on the page here correctly. And then I think I'm going to grab a quick glass of water real quick and take my medicine real fast. Real quick, I'm going to check and see. Before I do go get that water, I wanted to see if, yeah, we did get the reporting in here. Empire State Manufacturing Survey. Previously, it was 6.6, and of course, you're going like, what does that number mean exactly? And I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, but I'll read it. Median forecast was supposed to drop to 0, but it's actually up 1.1. Let me pull up the article on this real quick, and we'll read it together. What this means exactly. You're like, if you don't know what it means, why are you reading it? Well, it tells us what state the market's in. Let's check it out. 3 hours ago, 1 hour ago. Let's use trying to look for a good site to find the information here. Well, we'll just try this, see what happens. It's not going to work. I really despise MarketWatch sometimes. Let's try this. New York Fed's Empire State Factory Gauge dips but stays positive in July. Says the index number for employees is positive for the first time since January. The numbers, the New York Fed's Empire State Business Conditions Index, a gauge of manufacturing activity in the state, fell 5.5 points to July to 1.1, the regional Fed bank said Monday. Economists had expected a flat reading, according to a survey by the Wall Street Journal. Any reading above 0 indicates improving conditions. The index for new orders was little changed, inching up 0.2 points to 3.3 in July. The shipments index fell 8.6 points but stayed positive territory at 13.4. Unfilled orders fell 0.8 points to negative 8.8. The index for number of employees rose into positive territory for the first time since January. Price increases continued to moderate. The price paid index has now fallen nearly 50 points over the past year. Optimism about the future remains subdued. The index for the future conditions edged down 4.6 points to 14.3 in July. The index has been volatile this year, falling below negative 24 three times before recovering. Momentum has been weak across a broad range of manufacturing surveys recently, and choppy inventory data are not yet pointing to a clear catalyst for improvement this month, despite resilience everywhere in the economy, said Michael Ferroli, chief economist at JP Morgan Chase, in a note to clients ahead of the report. I ran into something interesting, and I don't know if you guys are seeing this or not in your daily lives as well. There's been some weird shortages on foods, like different things, and it's like been cycling. Sometimes it's chicken, sometimes it's beef. I don't think I've seen a pork shortage yet, but the current ones, I saw beef. I went to a place to go get some food, and they didn't have any steak, and I was like, "What? I live in Texas. How do you not have steak in Texas?" That's like the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. I don't understand. Like, how do you live in probably, I don't know. This is probably not even one of the biggest cattle states. It's probably some other. I'm gonna say stupid state, and you guys who live there will be like, "What are you calling our state stupid for?" It's like, I'm not really saying stupid. It's just stupid that that it's gonna end up being like someplace like Chicago. It's not a state. It's gonna be someplace like Arizona or something like that, and you go like, cattle, Arizona, what? How does that work out? Let's see here. Largest states for beef production. Let's see. It's got to be Texas. Come on. Okay, it is. I was gonna say, like, if it's not Texas, I'm gonna be really surprised. It is Texas. Texas is number one, and it's number one by quite a bit, to be honest. And this is based off of 2023 survey numbers, and Texas takes up 14.87% of the U.S. Oklahoma in second with 6.85%, right? So Texas is twice the size. You could add Texas or the number 2 and 3 together and still not have more than what Texas has in production. So it's Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri. I'm surrounded. I'm surrounded by some good beef cattle places here. I'm looking on this list: Nebraska, South Dakota, Kansas, Montana, Kentucky, Florida, and North Dakota are the top 10. Florida. You guys probably have some like sweaty meat down there. Do you guys produce in Florida? Do you produce some sweaty meat? What's going on over there? How is this? How is this that Florida makes the top 10 beef producers? I'm just curious because all I think of is when I think of, everybody thinks of is oranges. Like you're known for your oranges, but I mean you're literally in the top 10 for beef production. Number 9. You're beating out places like, I don't know, Wyoming, California. I would think those places would probably have larger, but it's not. Casey, it's swamp ass meat. I'm just saying, sweaty meats. They're in Florida. Splinter says AMC new suit in Delaware for failure to deliver annual shareholder meeting. Plaintiff named Kevin Barnes. Glenn says, yeah, that was a shock to me when we moved to Florida and saw cows everywhere. I'm a little surprised myself. It may be hotter here, Glenn, in Texas, but I'm sure it's not nearly as humid. So you can't take away the sweaty meat title. Come to Florida. This is where we sweat our meat. I love you, Floridians. So don't get me wrong. I've actually been to Florida on a couple different occasions and loved it. I absolutely love Florida. I think Florida's a great place. I don't mind the humidity. I actually thought it was insane to be able to be in an air conditioning hotel, walk outside, and immediately profusely start sweating. It's a very unique quality to Florida that I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was kind of fun. I know that sounds really stupid, but I did like it. I'm not even kidding. Papa Mac says Florida probably makes the most beef jerky. Georgia is horrible. Wasn't Georgia on that list? Where was it? No. That's 20th. Georgia's way down there. Sweaty meats. For just so you guys know, and it makes the most sense because it's the smallest area, just so you know, the least producing beef manufacturer in the U.S. statewide, state-wise, is Rhode Island, obviously, then Delaware, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts. Alaska is 45th. Apparently the cows don't like cold. They don't have enough fur, apparently, to make it through in Alaska. They have good chili beef up there. When you bite into your meat, it's got goosebumps. But they are on the list. They're not last. That's the incredible part here is that they're actually higher than what, 5 other states. So they have some kind of beef production. Andrew Morgan says cows have fur. Chad says 38-pound currently in Austin, Texas, for beef ribs. Usually one rib is 1.5 pounds. Crazy prices even in Texas. That's what I'm saying. I think there's a shortage of beef going on right now. Because I've never been to a restaurant here in Texas and had them say, well, that's not true. There are some barbecue places, but that's only because they have what inventory they have. So once they're done with the barbecue for the day, you're done. But I've never ran into a place where it's just like straight up, like not smoked meat, where, they're like, we don't have any steak today. And you're like, what? No steak. Funky Pizza Production says they have freezer burn. Ooh, nice one, Z-Wade. DC has the least beef, but the most BS. How'd that happen? I'll tell you how. It's all called pork. I was talking with Pirate this weekend, and we were talking about that. I went into the back of the Big Tramp just randomly this weekend, and he was back. He came back there with me, and pork belly. We were talking about all the pork on bills. It's like near impossible to get any bill passed without amazing amounts of. I think that's what they call it. Don't they call it? What is the junk called in a bill? I'm pretty sure it's pork. I feel like I want to call it something like something ear something or other too. Pork. Is it pork barrel? No. Is that it? Yeah, I think that is it. Pork barrel. Yeah, earmarks. That's it. Earmark and pork barrel spending. That's it. I knew there was like an ear and a pork in there somewhere. It made me want to say ear pork. Porking ear. Dynamite says I smoked 2 slabs yesterday. Andrew said rim shot, your joke needed. Let me go get a glass of water real quick, guys. I got to take this pill real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to give you guys, let's see what you guys think of the, it doesn't have the same, so I noticed there's something wrong with our ice cubes today. They're not giving the same ting sound in the glass as usual, so it doesn't pick up as well. Oh well. I'm pretty sure one of the kids filled the ice maker with the non-clean water, which gives us ice cubes that are like not clear, and they don't have the same ring when they hit the side of the glass. All right, here we go. Down the pill. Ugh, I hate pills. Yeah, Mega Hulk says dirty cubes, yum. Yeah, I keep trailing the kids. I'm like, guys, stop putting the regular tap water in there. It's not. I want the clear ice cubes. I just changed the filter on the water supply, so it's like, you know what? Stop putting the dirty water in. They don't care. They're just like, oh, the ice is empty. I'm just going to fill it with whatever I want. Oh, by the way, guys, just throwing this out there in case something happens, but Bruno's not doing too hot. He's, I don't know what his deal is, but ever since that incident a while back, he's not been the same. I don't know what's going on with him. He's very lethargic now, constantly. Doesn't want to do anything. Moves like 20 times a night. I'm about ready to take him into the vet. Something's not right. He's supposed to get a professional cleaning on the 21st, which is this Friday. So I'm thinking about setting him up a That Mega Hulk says, is he depressed? You know what? I'm starting to wonder if that's a thing for dogs. If that's really a thing for, I think he might be. Because here's the deal. Like he was doing so bad 2 nights ago that he didn't want to stay in our bedroom. Normally he stays in our bedroom, but he just kept walking around, pacing and panting like he was hot. And so we decided to open up the door to the bedroom to see if he wanted to, leave or something. So he left. He went downstairs, and then he just laid on the floor downstairs, which is legitimately cooler in the house downstairs on the tile. So he comes downstairs, lays on the tile, and I'm like, something's wrong with him. He's not, something's up. And so I grabbed my pillows, and I told Melissa, I was like, I'm sleeping the night down next to him, because she's like, you can't sleep on the floor. Last time you did that, your back was out for like a week. And I was like, I'm not going to let him just be down there. I thought he was dying, guys. I thought he was dead. I thought that was going to be his last night, the way he was acting. And I was like, I'm going to go sleep down there with him if something's wrong or he needs to go out real quick or something like that. I want to at least be there for him or something. So I slept on the floor downstairs. And he was moving around a little bit throughout the night. And then he stayed with me for the most part, like kind of close by to me, and I think he was appreciative of me being there. He decided at some point that he wanted out. I woke up and he was standing like right next to me, just standing there, and I was like, okay. So I'm like, you want to go out? And he just kind of like gives me that like quick tail wag that made me know that's what he wanted. So I got up. I opened up the door and he ran out there, guys, like nothing was wrong. Like, I am okay. Everything's fine. Chipper, ears perked up. Like nothing was wrong. And so I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, I'm in pain, by the way. I'm like getting off the floor, like crippled from laying on the floor half the night. It was actually 5 a.m. at the time when that happened. And I walk over, I let him out. I'm like limping, just trying to get to the door to let him out. And he just takes off like he's a puppy. And he was trying to, every once in a while we get like bunnies or rats. I know that sounds so bad, so yucky and gross, but sometimes we get rats and bunnies that like to go through the yard. And so he just runs out there, and he just stayed out there for like a long time. And I was like, F you. I slept on the floor because I thought you were on your last leg. And so this whole idea behind the idea that he's depressed is, I literally feel like that's exactly what it is. He seems like he's depressed or something. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him, but I'm about ready to take him into the vet. I swear to you, if they prescribe him some kind of psychological medication for depression, I'm not giving it to him. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going down that road. Have Bruno do a remote session with Dr. Zeno. No, Papa Mac. I live kind of like out in the country a little bit. This whole area, everybody, we have, what's that app called? Nextdoor or something like, I don't know. Everybody complains about it. It's not like any one house. Everybody's got rats all over the place, and there's cats in the neighborhood that just love it. We're kind of out in the farm kind of area, and they built the community, and then there's a lot of field that are around us and stuff. So these field rats, they're all over the place, and I can catch, man. One year I was like, I'd had enough, and I was like, that's it. I'm tired of this BS. So I set up a trap, and I think I caught like 10 or 12 rats in one night. And And then I did it again like a week later, and I caught like another 10 or 12 rats. And I was just like, this is ridiculous. And I was like, I could probably just sit here every single night and catch 10 or 12 rats. And I'm like, I'm not doing this every night. So it is what it is. No, they're rats. Papa Max says, field mice or rat? They're if they are mice, it's the biggest looking mice I've ever seen in my whole life. I'm pretty sure they're rats though. Thorblade says, man, Schwab sucks. I have to wait till my money goes through before I can buy. TD used to just front load me as soon as I hit transfer. Yeah, and I think, and one of my brokers, I guess I was going to say it, but I'm not going to say. One of my brokers was the same way before and is now requiring you to wait as well now. So I don't think it's just Schwab. Hazel says Bruno might just need an antibiotic. Maybe his system got off balance from that bone you cooked in butter. Yeah, I think maybe that's exactly what it is, Hazel. I didn't see Jay here this morning. He was on the Discord, but he wasn't here this morning. At least I didn't see him. Jay Portaggi has been trying for a long time to get me back on the Peloton. I'll have you guys know I signed up for the membership. I reinstated my membership, and I was actually planning on doing my first ride today. I hit that 47. I'm like, that's it. That's gotta be the thing. You know, I got 3 years. I got 3 years here before I hit 50. It's time to get back in shape again, so that when I hit that big 50, I'm nice and ready for the rest. The rest of the end portion of my life. Right? It's the other half. So I'm gonna start that journey today. Well, Italian Tomato, I would love to tell you that, but I honestly don't know. There is a link in the description box of this channel of a list of brokers and what happened in 2021. I just posted it in here just now for you to make it easier. I can't promise you that what happened in 2021 is going to happen again. But I do like to use history to guide me. And so knowing my past and knowing what the future may hold is something that I heavily invest in. So I can't tell you because I really don't know. Every single person, every single company on that list in the future may have different problems. So you're going to have to make the best educated guess that you can for yourself. But there's a list there, and you can read what happened in 2021. Papa Max says I had a goal of doing a 5K before I hit 50. At 49, I ran my one and only 5K and did it in 29 minutes and 15 seconds. That's awesome, man. 5K is 3.1 miles for those of you who don't know. And 3.1 miles, I think it is 3.1 miles. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's 3.1 miles. And a 5K is it's a good distance. It's a long distance. And congratulations, man. That's awesome. Italian Tomato, you're welcome. We got about 13 more minutes before we take a look at the rest of the numbers. Do you guys, do I have any World Series of Poker fans in here? Did you see the final two tables? I think it was the final two tables. Yeah, it was. The final two tables where there was a hand where it was Jack versus Queen versus King. I think is what it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Or maybe it was no. It was Jacks, Kings, and Aces. I think no. Shoot, I can't remember now. I think it was Jack, Kings, and Aces. Did you guys see that hand? Insane hand. Insane. Okay, you're saying Jack, Queen, King. Okay. Jacks, yeah, the Jack, I didn't want to ruin it for everybody, Richard. The Jacks won. It's the craziest thing, too, because I was sitting there watching it with my wife, and they dealt it out, and then I saw it, and before they even had it all in, I was, like, going nuts, and I was telling my wife, I was like, they're all going to go all in, I guarantee it, pre-flop, and sure enough, they were all in pre-flop. And then I told her, I said, you know what, no cards have been played yet. And I said to her, I said, you know what the crazy thing is the Jacks are probably going to win out of this. And I said, it's how it always ends up working out. It's always the guy with the low pocket pair that ends up making out on it. And when the Jack hit on, like, I think it was the turn, the Jack hit on the turn, and I was just like, there it is. I'm like, no, that's crazy. It blew my mind. It just absolutely blew my mind that I told her, I said, these guys have sat through like 8 days of poker where you're playing for like, I don't know, 12 to 16 hours a day. And your entire tournament is on the line for a pocket pair. And the guy with the lowest one wins. It's so deflating for the other people. Just so deflating, because I mean, you've played everything right. You've done everything the way you were supposed to do it, and then you walk away and you're the loser, even though you should have been the winner. And that's the luck. That's the luck portion in poker that you can't beat the luck. There's a very small percentage of luck in poker that's I shouldn't say small. It's a large portion, but it's not, I mean, it can be, I don't know what to say. There's a lot of strategy in poker. I think luck is the underlying part to poker. So I don't like to really talk about luck too much when it comes to poker. Mega Hulk says, I can fold queen in certain situations. Yeah, I folded aces before. I believe it or not, I know it's hard to believe, but I have folded aces before. Especially when you're in a huge community pot. Like if you say you 3-bet something and everybody, calls around and you're the last to act, right? So everybody's calls, and so everybody gets to see a flop, and the flop comes out something dirty. There's not much you can do, right? Like, let's say, for example, you're, maybe 10-10-2 comes out or something. I think they actually had that this weekend that I saw as well. It was actually the opposite. It was 2-2-10. And, and you're sitting there, you're going like, I got pocket aces, Oh, I know what it was. It wasn't, it was something I saw this weekend, but it was a hand with Alan Green, whatever his name is. But anyways, he had pocket aces and the board hit 2-2-10, and it's like one of the guys had ace deuce, And when you got pocket aces and you've got a lot of people in on the flop, and it hits something dirty, you have to fold it. You have to be you have to be disciplined enough to just see it for what it is and say, like, you know what, there's my equity just went down the tubes, and you have to throw it away. And if you're not disciplined, then you're just going to be a losing poker player. Then again, there is such a thing as being too tight of a poker player as well, which can also lead to losses. Keto says, I went to a local casino yesterday and lost 2 big hands that wiped me out. I had to set both times and got out-kicked with the same set. Oh, that's rough, man. I hate playing the board like that, though, especially when you've only got one piece of the set. Your kicker better be good, because there's more than likely there's a good chance somebody else has got the other end of that. I love that, Papa Mac. I don't believe in superstition because it could bring bad luck. That's funny. Tony says, Casey, please let me know if you make it to the 305. Keto, I don't know where I'm going. The poll still is stronger towards... Wow. I've got more people suggesting Miami now. Tampa was winning earlier, and now Miami is winning. So I might be going to Miami. I hope you guys don't lead me astray on this, because this is all for the missus. She's got to have her beach time, and I hope you guys aren't. Let me pull up my map again here. Make sure. Tampa. Okay, see, Tampa's really close to the west side. Whereas Miami, it looks like I have to do some driving. But there is the Keys. Some of you guys had mentioned the Keys, which are supposedly really good for beaches. Well, you guys are giving me homework to do then. Most of the places that I looked for to stay at were in Tampa. Well, Sarasota. I think Sarasota is the name of the location. Siesta Key Beach, specifically, was the area that I was looking in. Jason says there's a beach near Cape Canaveral. You can watch rocket launches. Yeah, and enjoy the nice rocket-fueled ocean water. Casey, check out the crime at night at Miami Beach. Well, that sounds lovely. Papa Max says, once upon a time, if you made a wrong turn in Miami, it could be life-threatening. I think things are much safer now. Maze and Bluetooth says Panama City, white sand and beautiful. Yeah, so the west side, right, Glenn? West side with see, that's what I'm looking for. Is I'm looking for warmer waters. I think warmer waters and white sandy beaches is probably the ideal thing. Just because, and actually, I'm not really opposed to like landing in, I don't know, Fort Lauderdale and driving. Because we could land in Fort Lauderdale and drive the 75 across. I don't know if it's still the 70. It's probably not the 75 driving north. I don't know what freeway number this is. It looks like maybe the 4. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe no. I think maybe it still is the 70. Yeah, it's the 75 up the west coast. You could drive all the way up, and then drive back down for the flight back. The only problem is that the flight through Fort Lauderdale, I think, is the layover one. Let me see. Nope, that's the nonstop. Miami and Fort Lauderdale are the nonstops. Orlando and Tampa were the stop ones. Yeah, that might be the thing to do, is just fly into Fort Lauderdale and just drive. Drive the 75 all the way up to Tampa. Or Sarasota. Sarasota anyways. And do some beaches around there. It seems like... What do you guys think? That sounds like a good idea to me. Unless the flights are like super cheap, yes, Papa Mac. Pro Jeweler, man, we drive like 6 hours to get to the beach here. I ain't no stranger to it. Maybe 5 hours. It's 5 to 6 hours. So if it's like a 3-hour drive, that's chump change. I don't mind that. 90 minutes, that ain't nothing. We're used to long treks around. Just to get to Dallas from here, I feel like is a little over 5 hour drive. So, it ain't. And I went up there just to see Adam Aaron. I drove up there to go see a movie with the Elvis movie with Adam Aaron, and that was 5 hours just to drive up there, and then 5 hours back. I spent 10 hours on the road to go see Adam Aaron. So if I can spend 10 hours on the road to go see Adam Aaron, I think I can do 90 minutes. Teresa says there's not much to see on that drive going through the Everglades up 75. Yeah, I would want something scenic. If I have to find a different route for more scenery, then that, I'd do that. Man, I wish AMC customer support. I gotta get a big tram first. They have a Casey key? Get out of here. Hold on a second. I gotta look this up. Before I do the numbers, hold on. McCullough says, Milburn says, take the old 41, but also said Casey key. I gotta look this up. If there's a Casey key, that's where I'm going. How can Casey not go to Casey Key? Oh, there is. And it is in Sarasota County. Wait a second. This might be where this is exactly where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take my wife to Casey Key, Florida. Oh, that's beautiful. Yep. This looks like a winner to me. How can you go wrong? It's a namesake. It looks perfect. Oh, wait. There's some pictures in here that are not so good. Yeah, those waters look a little murky. Some of the pictures look beautiful. Others look really, really dark. What are we talking about here, guys? Are we talking gross water or nice water? What's going on there? The wife will say, been there, done that. Casey wants to wrestle gators. No, I really don't. Nice and blue. And Jason says gator swamp water. Pro Jeweler says depends on the tides. All right. This is going to take some more thought, obviously. All right, let's get into numbers. I'm going to have to do some major investigating here. All right, let me take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns. I am really leaning towards that Casey key, though, because that's kind of cool sounding. But let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. So give me just a second. Not a single share returned yet today. Isn't that awesome? Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, 62% combined between off exchange and EDGX. Right now on AMC, we got 50.56% going through off exchange, EDGX at 8.26. The combined total is 58.82%. That's about 3.18% less than it should be. CHX volume is 0.4 with a 30-day average of 3.66. Nothing unusually large happening there. On Ape, we have 61.4% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.32 for a combined total of 68.72, which is about 6.72% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.01. It's 100 shares in total. Nothing going on there. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume, it's at 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.38. Again, nothing going on there. Ortex, as of an hour ago, AMC had approximately 307,000 shares returned for the day. It's now 665,000 shares. It's going to drop that estimated short share interest, the free float, underneath 28% again to 27.99%. Cost of borrow mins at 931.16%. Average is 1,000 and max is 1,003. Shares on loan for the day today is at 178.12 million shares. That's 10,000 shares more on loan than Friday. Zero of that, there was no change in short interest. An hour ago on Ape, there was 904,000 shares having been returned. It's now 907,000 shares. Not really much any change there, so it's going to leave that short share interest at the free float at 5.44%. Cost of borrow mids at 6.2, average is 6.69, and max is 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 15.14 million shares. That is 960,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume so far for the day today. An hour ago was at a $5 strike. That is still the case. It went from 12.7 thousand contracts to 13.5. And on the puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $4 strike with 23.5 thousand contracts. It's now 26.1. Market still indicating a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.20, which is 2 cents lower than what I'm predicting for a closing price by the end of the day today. We are getting consolidation in here. I want to show you why I think this price drop occurred on Friday. And I'll have to show it to you on the AMC chart, so give me just a minute when I show that to you. But I feel like this was really just an attempt to try and put us onto a different trajectory of price. I'm so at a loss for words right now. So we're trending upwards, and then all of a sudden you have this like drastic drop in price, and then you see it trending the same kind of direction. Not so much this morning, but for the most part, we've been trending upwards. Let me pull up a trend channel on this. Yeah, there's a trend up. So I think this is really more of an attempt to try and just kind of keep investors at bay. I mean, you could see here that we were getting awfully close to breaking out the top side of a really long wedge that I've got drawn out here. And, I think this is really just an attempt to try and keep, or maybe even fish for selling positions. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a minute. They were fishing, which is something I want to do on this trip. I asked Melissa if she wants to go fishing too, and she said, yeah, she likes fishing. So we might do some deep sea fishing while we're at it. I don't know if we catch anything. Maybe we can just give it to you guys or something. I don't know. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. Sometimes you can sell it at the dock, and they will use it towards your trip. I don't know if they do that. They do that in California. I don't know if they do that in Florida. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. Not on the list due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $3.90. Ape at 1.719. Shares available to borrow has not changed after the borrowing of the 700,000 shares earlier this morning. Actually, let me type that in real quick here because I didn't do that earlier. There we go. Fees were last seen at 974.9%. NASDAQ is up 0.73, Dow Jones is up 0.2, and S&P 500 is up 0.3. We have 4,000 advancers to 2,255 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers for this afternoon. We've got FRCB is down 18.87. I'm only looking for things plus or minus 2.75% or greater. And nothing else meets that criteria. Ethereum Classic is up 1.3% and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.19, and let's see here. I'd say consolidating. Oil is up 1.41% and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.9 to 0.12 and starting to have an uptrend. SPY is up 0.29 on an uptrend. VIX is down 1.98 on an uptrend. Vanguard is up 0.8. Sorry, I said Vanguard. VBR is up 0.8, which is one of the largest holding ETFs for AMC, is up 0.8 on an uptrend. And VB is also up 0.93 on an uptrend. Tesla is up 2.54 on an uptrend. Amazon is on a slight downtrend, down 0.72. Cinemark is down 3.37 on a downtrend. Doge is up 0.47 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.07 and consolidating. GME is down 0.54 and consolidating. HYMC is up 8.06 and is starting to barcode. It's consolidating. Part of the reason for that is it might be hot right now. Let's see, RSI. Oh yeah, RSI is hot. Excuse me. Yeah, the daily RSI is hot. The 4-hour is pretty hot. Not quite signaling over bot, but pretty close to it. On a 1-hour time interval, it's sitting around like 61. 30 minutes around 65. So it's a hot RSI. Seeing it cool off a little bit, and then also note here too on the 5-minute, it's crawling all over the top of the Bollinger Band here, and 9 times out of 10, I feel like usually what ends up happening when you see too large of a price increase over a short period of time. And of course, look, even I printed a TD9 back here and still didn't even turn around. This is probably going to try and meet back up with a simple moving average at the very least at some point before maybe a continuation up to go up further. NCMI is down 6.33 on a downtrend. Hood is up 3.69 on an uptrend. Ape is down 1.31. Somebody had mentioned earlier the ETF for Bitcoin got approved. Is that true? Tell me if it is. It's kind of crazy. Ape is down 1.31%, consolidating, and AMC is down 0.23 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day-to-day is about $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 6.18 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after, oh no. I covered up my numbers. 163 minutes worth of trading, which puts us on a pace for 14.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I'm going to have to move my numbers. I realized my new junction box covered up my numbers and I forgot to move my numbers. Sorry. That just threw me off doing that. Let's see, on a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.58, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator with currently occurring RSI at 39.98, which is below signaling. No, that's below average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.8, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.01, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately, let's just call it $90,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.37 million shares traded so far for the day today after 164 minutes, putting us on a pace for 5.63 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.82, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.54, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.13, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.19, which is average. AI layoffs alert. 2 major chatbot companies cutting AI jobs. I don't know why that's showing up. I'm not sure why AMC is showing up in that news, but whatever. I think somebody earlier this morning was saying if you work from home, you're 2 minutes away from AI taking your job. Let me think about it, CPR. Hold on a second. Let me look at it real quick here. Let me see why you. I mean, what specifically about it do you think merits anything having to do with us? And by the way, guys, I told my wife, I said, I'm definitely taking my diving equipment with me. I said, I'm taking the booties, the flippers, the mask, and the mask and the snorkel. I said, there's no way I'm going down there and not taking that stuff. I said, you can sit on the beach, but I'm going out there. I don't care. Yucca says, Casey, did you taste these nuts chocolate? No. Keto says, if the cost to borrow is 10x, then shouldn't the stock be worth 10x as well if they're willing to borrow at those numbers? That makes a lot of sense. That makes no. That makes way too much sense, Keto. That's how much it's worth to them to continue to short the price down. Right? It's so hot of a topic. They're willing to pay that much money in order to not lose this battle. Glenn says, well, then you want to golf for snorkeling. Wait, so not the Keys? I don't understand what you mean by that, because that should be the Gulf side, right? Isn't that the Gulf side? Hey, Aaron, good morning. Yeah, but why specifically that one, though, CPR? What do you feel, what is the connection, or like how is there a link? You know, Bitcoin. I watch Bitcoin because it has a. I'll tell you why I watch each one of them. Ethereum Classic has a very strong trend line historically to showing price runs on AMC. Like it forecasts it like out by like as much as little as a day or two to sometimes a week or two. The reason I watch Dogecoin is simply because the last time when AMC had a big huge run, Doge ran up first, and then it started coming down, and AMC started running after. However, I wouldn't say that it necessarily forecasts. It's just that it happens to be like what I consider to be like the blue collar crypto to invest into. And so I feel like a lot of like blue collar investors dump their cash into things like Bitcoin or Dogecoin. So what I feel like is that when their money leaves and something else starts running, like maybe AMC were to start running, you would see a lot of investors with the extra cash that they would have, that FOMO cash would end up coming into AMC. Bitcoin, the only reason that I watch Bitcoin at all is because I feel like majority of the money that's held by any institution who may be shorting AMC is probably held there in reserve. And so I watch that for signs of collateral grabs, basically, and that's about it. So I have three key reasons for watching, or one reason at least for watching each one of those, because I feel like they give me an indicator as to something that I'm looking for. But in terms of what XRP might be doing, I don't know where the relationship would be to that. I mean, other than maybe like a CFO or something like that, I just don't. I don't know. Rich says it's hard to scuba dive with the beard. What? You tell that to Jacques Cousteau. I don't even want to. Hold on a second. Oh, maybe. No, I said that, and now I'm like looking him up, and he's like bald as can be. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to get a good seal. I mean, technically, really all I have to do is just shave off the mustache, because I should still be able to get a good seal underneath the upper lip. I'm trying to find images. Because I'm almost positive I remember as a kid, like, seeing images of him with, like, just this massive beard and diving. And now I can't find anything. I'm, like, looking at pictures of him right now and not a hair on his face. What is it that I remember? I swear I remember him having, like, this massive beard. I don't see it. Well, long story short is all I would really need to do is just shave the mustache. Which, by the way, guys, I don't know if you noticed or not. But I shaved my mustache this weekend. And I shaved it way too short. I'm looking very, very Amish right now. I don't know who I'm thinking of, Dude Man Diaries. I just remember watching Jacques Cousteau growing up, and there was somebody on his team, or I thought it was him. I don't know what it was. Somebody had this massive beard and was diving. So, but I'll show you guys real quick here. Prepare to laugh. The stash, it probably doesn't look that bad. But, I mean, because this camera sucks, but this, I shaved it way too short. And I'm going for that Amish look right now. But it's not on my lips, that's for sure. Carl says Jerry Garcia, famous beardsman, was an avid diver. No. So, by the way, a little update. I got to go to break here. But a little update on the wife and the massage. I asked her, I said, afterwards, I said, going into, getting a massage, what was your comfortability level? 1 being like, there's no way in the world you would ever want to do it, to a 10 being like the best thing. You're really excited and super giddy about getting a massage. And she said it was a 5 going into it. And I said, okay, well, how did you feel about it afterwards? Like, did it change your mind any, or what would you rate it afterwards? She said a 9. So I was really happy to see that she had a good time, good massage, everything went well there. So, did you also shave the tongue? No. But yeah, so that went well. I was happy about that. I think she was a little apprehensive about the whole idea with, like, You know, they throw a sheet over the top of you, and then they like, you know, they're really discreet about having you move around, and then they move the sheet around, you know, appropriately and stuff. And so I think she was a little worried about that. And I was like, no, 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 don't worry about it. It's all good. They're not gonna make you feel uncomfortable. Yucca, I don't have to say. I don't know who I'm thinking of. I could have sworn it was Jacques Cousteau, but I guess it wasn't. I don't know now. It had to be somebody else. All right, I gotta go to break, guys. Put the message back up on the screen. I bet you the typing probably sounds way more clear now too. Like you guys can really hear me hammering down on those keys. The angry typing. You get that. You get the job that I did for so many years. You become an angry typer. It's just part of, I don't know. It's just part of trying to be as fast as you possibly can, and it's not efficient really. It's just anger. But it's fun. And every once in a while, you got to replace the keyboard. Point Break Thor says it sounds like a horse clopping. Alrighty, I'm gonna head out to break, guys. Whoa. Sorry. That was way loud. I thought I hit pause. It didn't pause for some reason. Alright, see you guys back in a while. All right, I'm back, and it's time to go over numbers, but I wanted to kind of share something with you guys really fast. First off, Ape is at 1.885, down 1.31%. AMC is at 435, up 0.46. And barcoding. Gotta love that. So, I wanted to share a little something with you guys. I thought this was really cool. With the analog to digital converter box that I bought, it has a 2-channel plug-in. Hopefully, this doesn't get too loud. Oh yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Let's see, I gotta do a little bit of, I gotta check and see how this sounds, because I'm not sure what you guys are hearing. Oh yeah, you guys can hear that. That's good. Anyways, so yeah, so now apparently I can play my guitar and have it plugged in and have that directly input straight into the channel here. So you know, I could always play it live. It's not gonna happen though. Anyways, I just thought that was fun. It's time to look at the numbers, and I gotta make sure I don't pop this for you guys. Oh, it looks like it popped it anyways. Oh, sorry about that. Apparently turning down the gain does not help prevent popping. But sounds good though. Yeah, I think I agree. Sounds pretty good. Let me take my headset off here for just a second and take the guitar off. So that's pretty cool. All right. Hot Summer Nights says Van Halen. Oh, DM says Hot Summer Nights Van Halen. No. I'm not gonna do any. I'm not taking requests. I don't do that. All right. Let's see what we got going on for numbers here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't be able to see what it is you're writing. Do I have... Where did it go? Hold on a second here. I lost my screen. Where did it go? There we go. All right, looks like I'm going to have to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your computer that shouldn't be there when you do sign up for that. You might want to go ahead and set up a secondary device to be able to receive that access code in case something should happen to your primary. You never know when a lightning storm happens and your phone's plugged in and it fries it. I don't know. But something could happen. So set that up. While you're at it, protecting yourself, take pictures or video footage or request a digital copy of your statement through your broker for proof of ownership of what it is that you own. Do not hold your broker responsible for holding that information. Take it upon yourself to do that. What the heck's going on here? Come on. There we go. All right, 1 second while I move a couple screens around. I'm still trying to get used to it. We had to reorganize the desk in order for me to get everything to fit. I'm still trying to get used to it a little bit. A little less space than before. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now on AMC, we've got 53.64% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.92. The combined total on that 61.56%. That is, what did I say? 63. It's about 1.44% less than I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.39 with a 30-day average of 3.66, so it's definitely low. On Ape, 57.13% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.84. Combined total 67.97%. That's about 4.97% less than it should be. Did I say less? More. 4.97% more than it should be. CHX volume is 100 shares so far for the day today. Nothing unusual going on there. CHX on GME is only about 236 shares, so nothing unusual there. Moving on to Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, it was reporting 665,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 666. What are the odds? It's like they purposely do this kind of stuff just to like throw in our faces kind of thing. Anyways, that brings the short share interest of the free float to 27.99%. We have cost per minute 931.16. Average is 1,000 and max is 1,003%. Shares on loan for the day today is 178.12%. What am I saying? 178.12 million shares. That's 10,000 shares more on loan today than Friday. No change in short interest. Returned shares for Ape. An hour ago, it was 907,000 shares. It's now 1.91 million shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop further to 5.38%. The cost of Brown men's at 6.2, average is 6.69, and max is 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 15.14 million shares. Day over day, that's a 960,000 share increase. I think I forgot to show you something earlier that I told you I would show you. I'll try to remember to do it this time around. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for the day-to-day on options on the call side has been at a $5 strike. So we've got a lot more calls and puts volume. Currently on the call side, it's the highest amount of volume at a $10 strike. Again, a gamma blocker, 21.3 thousand contracts. I'm only going to count the ones at $5 though. And we went from 13.5 thousand contracts at a $5 strike to 16.3. And on puts, the highest amount of volume is still at a $4 strike. An hour ago it was 26.1 thousand contracts. It's now 27.9. The volume on the put side at a $10 strike did not outweigh the $4 put volume. A lot of in the money puts being purchased. I would say the market's still indicating a closing price somewhere between $4 to $5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.24. It's about 2 cents higher than what I was expecting. And just chugging along here. Let's see if I can remember to show you guys what I was going to show you about that downwards price movement that we had on Friday. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. I'm not expecting to be on this list due to low volume. And we are not. SSR trigger price today is at $3.90. Ape at 1.719. Shares available to borrow. No shares available to borrow. Fees were last seen at 974.9%. 700,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. NASDAQ is up 0.65, Dow Jones is up 0.21, and the S&P 500 is up 0.26. We have 3,963 advancers to 2,320 decliners. The market is slightly more declining than it was an hour ago. Not very much. Big bank movers. Let's see who we got here. Plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have FRCB is down 18.83. Silvergate down 11.76. Wells Fargo's up 2.9. That's it. Ethereum Classic is up 0.6 and consolidating. US dollars up 0.19 and consolidating. It was on a downtrend. Oil is up 1.41% on an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities up anywhere from 0.19 to 0.22 on an uptrend. And SPY is up 0.25. I go with consolidating currently. VIX is down 1.98, consolidating. VBR is up 0.73 on an uptrend. VB is up. Actually, you know what? It almost looks like consolidation. Yeah, it's consolidating. VB is up 0.87%, consolidating. Tesla is up 1.64 and been on a slight downtrend. Amazon is down 1.02 and on a downtrend. Cinemark is down 2.44 on an uptrend. Doge is down 1.49, consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.58, consolidating. GME is down 0.87 and on a slight downtrend, but I think currently consolidating. HYMC is up 6.86, consolidating. NCMI is down 9.34 and on a downtrend. See there? I told you guys I still haven't gone through that puberty yet. It's still there. The crackling voice is, it's probably just more clear now. HUD is up 2.42%. Consolidating. Ape is down 1.07, consolidating. AMC is up 0.58, consolidating on a slight uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today. We have approximately, let's see, what do we have here? A little over $300,000, $350,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.07 million shares traded so far after, what are we at here now? I gotta rewrite my numbers. Hold on a second. Hold on, I gotta rewrite these numbers. I'm gonna forget them. You would think I would just be able to remember these numbers off the top of my head, but for some reason I just can't. Let's see here. After 239 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for about 11.55 million shares on AMC before the day is over. That pace will start to kind of become more realistic by about 1 o'clock, so about an hour from now, half hour. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.06, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.3, which is slightly below average, sorry. 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.77, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.16, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately $200,000. It's less than that. It's $120,000 or $30,000 more inflow than outflow. We've got 2.58 million shares traded so far after 240 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 4.19 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI at 46.62, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 44.98, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 46.69, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 54.46, which is slightly above average. And there's currently a divergence occurring on more selling pressure than buying pressure. AMC shareholders, so the news is out. AMC shareholder sues to force company to hold annual meeting. Let me read this note, or this article real quick here from Reuters. An AMC Entertainment Holding Incorporated AMCN shareholder sued the theater chain in Delaware court on Monday, saying AMC is late in holding its annual meeting where shareholders elect members of the company's board. Individual shareholders Kevin Barnes said in the lawsuit that AMC is required by its corporate bylaws to hold a meeting each year, and the last annual meeting was on June 16th, 2022. He asked the Delaware Chancery Court to require AMC to hold its annual meeting by August 18th. That's kind of weird. I thought we were going to have it before then. Did we get the official notification? That's news to me. I didn't know it. If August 18th was the new date, then I did not know that. An AMC spokesperson did not immediately reply to requests for comment on Monday. Delaware law protects shareholders' rights to attend annual meetings and gives them the right to sue if a meeting has not been held within the last 13 months. The state's top appeals court ruled in 2020 that courts can deny requests for a shareholder meeting only when there are exceptional reasons. Our current lawsuit is probably part of that. Maybe exceptional reason that might be considered a potential reason. Barnes said the lawsuit that 2 of the company's member board of directors were appointed by the company without a shareholder election. He accused AMC of suboptimal governance that has led to frequent litigation by AMC shareholders, including a lawsuit where holders of AMC common stock sued to block a stock conversion plan. That's not entirely true. That's fake. A Delaware judge is currently considering a proposed settlement in the lawsuit which would allow the stock conversion to go. That's not true either. That is so untrue. That is really bad reporting right there. At the last annual meeting, shareholders voted against AMC's proposed executive compensation. This is why people are so confused. I keep seeing this crap all over the place, and they keep insinuating that the judge is deciding whether or not the conversion is going to go through or not. That has nothing to do with that. Like zero. It has nothing to do with whether or not the conversion is going to go through. And I don't understand. I mean, I can understand why they would want to, have a bunch of misinformation and get people all confused. But it's so bad. It's so obvious. That's just stupid. Glenn says, I found out from investor relations that AMC makes nothing off of the Voodoo movie, so forget about supporting them. Thank you for that, Glenn. I appreciate the comment. And also looking it up, too. I appreciate you contacting investor relations on that, because I didn't know. Glenn was asking me about it, and I was like, I don't know. He was asking me about whether we made any income off of Voodoo or not. And I know I'd heard some information about the streaming services being pushed off onto Voodoo, but apparently that's not the case. So, or at least AMC is not making anything off of it. AMC customer support, take care, man. But again, I mean, all these lawsuits go right back into the whole playbook in regards to, you know, let me pull it up here. The hedge fund playbook. We'll read from the hedge fund playbook. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. I can't scroll here. There we go. Hedge fund playbook. Let's go to the. This is in my notes. This is in the description of this channel. This link. It's really good read. I actually think everybody should read this. If you haven't, it would be a great thing to read. Class action lawsuits based upon leaked stories of SEC investigations or other media exposes, a handful of law firms immediately file class action shareholder suits. Milberg Weiss, before they were disbanded as a result of a Justice Department investigation, could be counted on to file a class action suit against a company that was under a short attack. Allegations of accounting improprieties that were made in the complaint would be reported as being the truth by the short-friendly media, again causing panic among small investors. Yeah. Oh, maybe you guys have heard this one before. Here's another one. Pulling margin from long customers. The clearinghouses and broker-dealers who finance margin accounts will suddenly pull all long margin availability, citing the very transparent reasons for the abrupt change in lending policy. This causes a flood of margin selling, which further drives the stock price down and gets the shorts to cheap, the cheap long shares that they need to cover. I've heard that one before. I've heard random murmurs of people going like, why did the broker just sell off a portion of my shares? Definitely heard that one. Andrew says you should fly to Sarasota. Yeah, I'm thinking about flying to I think Fort Lauderdale and then driving northwest to Tampa and then heading over there to Sarasota. But somebody earlier was saying the 75 is not all that scenic of a route. So I don't know which route I would end up taking. I would like to take a more scenic route. Even if it's going to add on like an hour or two of driving, I would still take it just for the views. My wife hasn't. She's been out of the state a little bit, out of Texas, but I find Texas is a big place. I think I was telling you guys earlier this afternoon that, or earlier this morning, that I think 6 to 7 hours is about how far we have to drive just to get out of the state. Like, it doesn't matter which direction I go. The closest to getting out of the state is probably like 6 or 7 hours, more towards 7. So, and that's going to be Oklahoma. Woo! For those of you who are up in Oklahoma, sorry, it's not exactly the coolest place to be going. So, driving a few hours is not a big deal for us. Andrew, how's it going, man? Good to see you. I guess I should have called you GD. I should have called you Government Divides, but good to see you. Did something happen to your account? Doug says, why not Fort Myers? It wasn't on my list of cheap places. The cheapest flights that I found were Miami, Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa. Those were the cheapest ones. I was trying to keep it under 300 on a round trip ticket for 2. Otherwise, I'm probably looking at like in excess of $1,000 a person if I were to fly to any other location. John says Miami Beach has prettier girls. Well, that's exactly what I want to do, is go to the beaches where I'm going to take my wife and make sure that she knows I'm looking at all the pretty girls when I'm supposed to be focusing on her. And big, who gets that? Who gets that big old X? John Vincent. you get minus points today. What a terrible advice. I feel as like my wife, I feel insecure in my bathing suit. It's like, well, let me take you to a beach where there's really hot women. That nobody will be looking at you. Don't worry about it. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. John, I'm guessing you're either single or unhappily married. One of the two. I'm not sure which. I'm just going out on a limb. I could be totally wrong. Just saying. Oh, Billy, you have no idea. I mean, see, here's the problem, though. I come from San Diego. Like, I was born, I'm not born and raised. I was born on the East Coast, but I was raised on the West Coast. So I'm used to, like, San Diego, LA kind of traffic. And I want to say Austin's got nothing on that, right? I mean, but Austin doesn't have the freeway options that LA has. And so whenever it gets backed up around here, it gets backed up pretty good. So, and you're just stuck in it. But I still feel like LA is worse. I mean, Orlando's a possibility. I mean, it seems like the drive from Orlando to Tampa would be a shorter drive. The only problem is the flight to Orlando's got it stops in, I think, Fort Lauderdale and then flies up to Orlando. So it's like, if I'm just going to stop somewhere, I might as well just do the nonstop flight. And instead of taking an 8-hour long flight, take a 2-hour flight and just stop in either Miami or Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale and Miami are the two cheaper options that have no stops. They're direct. So. Oh, Papa Max trying to help him out here. He says, in case you misunderstood, he meant your wife belongs on the pretty girl beach. There you go. Trying to win some points back. Vince is like, yeah, that's what I meant. Wasn't it Vince that said it? Who was it that said it? Maybe I'm throwing out names I shouldn't be throwing out. I think it was Vince. Who was it? Yeah, John Vincent. John's like, yeah, that. That's what I meant. The problem is she won't see it that way. Alligator Alley is a boring drive. Yeah, I thought about that, Deb, but if we go to Orlando and then go to something like Disneyland or Epcot, the kids are going to be like pissed. So I'm purposely thinking about avoiding that entire area altogether just so that it's not a temptation, because it's all about the beach trip, right? That's really what this is about. It's like, let's take a quick 2-day beach trip to Florida. Relax, just have a good time. Enjoy the sun one last time before the school year starts. But yeah, you know, the temptation is there when you go into Orlando for sure. Yucca says, make a stop in New Mexico and pick up foo. Ain't nothing in New Mexico. Highway Frog, I'm gonna go with a yes. I mean, I actually have never been to a Florida beach, but I've seen pictures and they look way better. I know pictures, you shouldn't really judge based off of pictures, but the problem in Southern California, one, if you're not used to Pacific water, it's cold. Probably not nearly as bad as the Atlantic water, but if you're from someplace like Texas where you're used to Gulf waters, the Pacific water is nice to look at, but freezes your butt off. And I actually didn't mind it growing up there. I thought it was great, but not everybody can handle it unless they're from that area. Fly nonstop to Fort Lauderdale, then drive to the Keys. Casey, it's nice. That's what I'm thinking about doing. But I mentioned earlier this morning, what was it, the 75 across and then north? And then somebody was like, no, that's not necessarily the best route to take. So somebody, I think Pro Jeweler said we should fly into Punta Gorda, but that never showed up as an option. Hold on a second. Let me pull up Google Flights real quick here. Oops. Man, I can't type today. There's actually something's not right about this. Wait a minute. Something's not right. There we go. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That trip's like $562. I wanted to try and keep it under 300. That was my goal, was 300 or less on the trip. Let me see if I still have options to Florida at all. They said the deals would be good until the rates that were currently showing up would be good until the 19th, which I figure I got a couple days to make some decisions. Oh, they went down. Nice. Check this out, guys. 2 people flight to Fort Lauderdale. It's going to cost me $154. That's not including any luggage, and it's Spirit, of course. It's going to be like crap flight, but who cares? I mean, it's 3 hours of misery to get to the destination you want to go to for $154. Like, I'll ship me up in a tuna can and get me there in 3 hours. I don't care. If I got to listen to crying babies and all that kind of good stuff, whatever happens. People are parents. I will put up with just about almost anything for $150 round trip tickets to Fort Lauderdale. Jeez. I know. Highway Frog says you can't drive for that. Exactly. That's my point. I would spend more than $150 just to get there one way in gas money. So it's like, sign me up. I'm all over that shit. I'm like a fly on horse poo on this one. Fort Lauderdale, 154. It's down. It was $180 last time I checked it. So it's down right now. Miami's the same. It's a 2 hour and 52 minutes. I think I should go to Fort Lauderdale. $154. Man, I'm just gonna buy these today. That's not a bad price. Pretty sure that. Yep, it's saying it's cheaper than it was. $68 cheaper than usual. Sold. I feel like I'm just gonna go do it right this second. Like, I mean, there's no point in waiting. Like $154, like that's a steal. I can't pass this up. All right, I think the location's done. It's a done deal, guys. It's Fort Lauderdale. I know it's third worst on the. Let's see. You guys wrote Miami ahead of Fort Lauderdale. Casey, don't do it. Dude, it's 100. All right, so wait. Let me take this back here. Fort Lauderdale and Miami are showing up at the same price at 100. I mean, it's the same trip basically. There's no difference, right? I mean, it's the same exact thing. Oh my gosh. Did it just disappear? If that deal's gone, I'm going to be pissed. I just saw it disappear. All right, it's still there. It like disappeared for a second. My heart skipped a beat. I was like, no, I lost it for just thinking about it. All right, I got to do this. I'm going to have to do this on my next break here. I mean, it's either Miami or Fort Lauderdale at this point because the Orlando stop is $241 and the Tampa, they both have, Orlando's nonstop now. I take that back. Orlando was a one stop to Fort Lauderdale and then it transferred to Orlando. Orlando's actually $241, so for like $100 more, I could get a little bit of a closer location. But a lot of you guys are saying the drive from there, Gator Country, is kind of stupid. So I think now it's a no brainer. Tampa's $292, and that's at the top end, and that means I'm gonna have to pay for luggage because I know I'm gonna end up paying more for a baggage anyways. So I'll pay for a bag. That's going to put me over the $300 budget. I'm just going to go with the Fort Lauderdale and or Miami. I think you guys are saying Miami number one, so maybe I'll just fly into Miami. The only thing I'll need to look at is to see if I'm gonna look at like car quotes on car rentals from the area, and then find out which one's cheaper, and then go with either Miami or Fort Lauderdale. No, that's round trip, Yucca. Round trip is $154. Round trip, 2 people. I'm telling you, man, when you know how Adam Aaron said cash is king? He's not kidding. Of course, this isn't really cash, but I mean, the point here is that, when you have cash, when you have some money to spend and you can spend it on something, there are some cheap flights out right now. You just got to look and you got to shop around a little bit. And if you're willing to just, if you guys don't go to googleflights.com, do it. I know this sounds like an ad. It's not meant to be. Go to googleflights.com and put in, you can actually just tell it to give you like, what are the best deals like flying out this next weekend, right? And if you just want to like take a 2-day weekend with your wife somewhere, when you get off work on Friday, look for like a Friday night flight and a Sunday flight return. And I used to have a coworker that used to do this all the time with her daughter. She was a single mom with a daughter, and she would just like, they would just be like, we're going to go to Italy. That's what Google Flights told us. And they would fly to Italy and back for like some ridiculous. It was like round trip ticket. It was like $600 round trip tickets to like Italy or something like that. And they're like, we're gonna go spend a weekend in Italy. And I'm like, damn, that's the way to live. You know, you're just like you just go. Casey sales pitch. I'm telling you guys, like, if you really want to have some fun, it's not a bad thing to do. Like, you can just go spend a weekend someplace and just find a cheap hotel. And, you know, if you can avoid a car rental, it's not a bad idea. I was looking at some places in Tampa that had like trolley services that went down to Sarasota, or that shoot, I just forgot the name of it. The Siesta Key Beach area had like some trolley stuff. By the time you factor in the layover, I have no layovers. This is a nonstop. Belle Biv DeVoe, I've been there a few. I shouldn't say several. I've been there a few times, more than twice, and I like it there. I think that you're absolutely right. My wife will be absolutely miserable, but she's gonna get her beach time, and that's the part that's the best. Pro Driller not going anywhere near there. It could give me a lot more than just 10 shares. Don't you worry about me. I'm not telling you when I'm buying shares. There's going to be something else here. Don't you worry about me. I got enough shares. I'm set. I just ended the voting because there's no sense in voting anymore if I know where I'm going. I saved myself $30 just by waiting an extra day. No, I'm not taking all the kids. They're all staying here. No, Fu, I am not. I don't think so, Yucca. I don't think she's going to be on that plane. No, it's not. It's just me and the wife. She didn't get her beach time fulfilled on this last trip, so we're gonna take care of that. Got about 2 more minutes and we'll take a look at the data, guys. Ape is currently down 1.57% at 188, and AMC is up 0.69% at 436. CPR says drive past Kenny's place as well. I have no idea where that's at, but I would imagine that it's probably further south in the key, like the South Keys, wherever that is. I don't know. Wait, he's probably, I don't know where he's at. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up where the headquarters is. It's in Miami. Oh, is this why you guys are telling me? I'll go. I was going to say something, but it would probably be best if I just said nothing. I will go. No, don't say it, Casey. Don't say what you're going to do before you do it. That was along the lines of where I was going, Food Dog. Yucca Frida. You're killing me, man. You know I would never. I'm gonna head over to the other side of the dog leg. Can I call Florida a dog leg? Wait. Deb, are you telling me Florida's a legal state? No way. Hold on a second. I don't know why I'm looking this. I didn't even think about this until you guys brought it up. Oh, it's not. It's not recreational in Florida. Only medicinal. No joy. Womp womp. DM says, do all the meth you want, though. Yucca says, do you know why that is, Yucca Frida? It's because poop grows really good in humid places. Did I say poop grows? Poop grows in humid poop. Shrooms grow on poop really well in humid places. I said poop grows. Yeah. Pirateborn says we need a poop growth chart for TA. Oh man. You get really good fungus in humid places. No, Hazel, my mom's not back yet. I think she arrives back in about 2 weeks. No pun intended. Daniel, good afternoon. Congratulations on your new shares. What's the DD on growing poop? Oh, Glenn, that's terrible. Let's take a look at these numbers. It's 1 o'clock. That way I can go to break and go buy these tickets and just tell my wife, like, well, it's too late. I already bought the tickets. I'm going to do some quick research on rental cars to see which place is cheaper. Thank you guys for the input today. The Miami choice is, I think, is probably going to be the winner. I don't know, as long as Fort Lauderdale doesn't have cheaper prices. Because now even Orlando turned into a nonstop, which is kind of cool. These $154 prices, though, that's smoking. All right, let's take a look at see what we got going on with these numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Excuse me a second. Indigestion. All right, let's see. Refresh. Refresh. And move. Oops, not that one. This one. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 64% to be going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we got 54.15%. EDGX is sitting in at 7.96. The combined total, that's 62.11%. It's about 1.89% less than it should be, 36 than what I would expect to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.36, so nothing unusually high going on with that one right now. Off exchange for Ape is at 60.41 and EDGX is 9.82. The combined total is 70.23, which is approximately, which is approximately 9 point. Wait a minute, I don't think I did that right. Hold on a second here. Which is approximately 6.23% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 100 shares, nothing unusually high there. GME CHX volume is 236 shares. Also, again, nothing unusual about that. Taking a look at Vortex. Let's see here. As of an hour ago, there were 666,000 shares having been returned. It's now 687,000 shares having been returned. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to stay right where it was at, though it's 27.99%. Cost per hour ends at 931.16. Average is 1K and max is 1,003%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 178.12 million shares. That's about 10,000 more shares on loan than Friday. And no new change in short interest. Ape an hour ago had 1.91 million shares returned for the day. It's still the same case. Leaving the short share interest of the free float at 5.38 and all the cost to borrow numbers are the same. Shares on loan for today is at 15.14 million shares. That's 960,000 more shares on loan today than there was on Friday. And taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume, other than the very large strike, $10 strike calls coming in, has been at a $5 strike. There were 16.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 18.3. And puts, highest amount of volume is still at a $4 strike. It went from 27.9 thousand contracts to 30.4 in volume. And combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.25, 3 pennies higher than what I suggested for a close for the day today. Did anybody have, what was the price predictions? We had, that's exactly Apex's price prediction right now. Apex was 3 pennies higher than me, and Einstein was 1 penny lower. So we're really close here. Combined price of AMC and Ape sitting right there, though. Just chugging along here. I think we got a little bit of time inside this wedge here before we break out yet. The beginning date here for the breakout would be around, I think it was the 28th, if I'm not mistaken. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are probably not on this list due to the fact that we have such a low volume for the day today, and that does appear to be the case. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $3.90. Ape at 1.719. No shares returned since they borrowed the 700,000 shares earlier this morning. Fees were last seen at 974.9%. NASDAQ is up 0.82, Dow Jones is up 0.19, S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 4,034 advancers to 2,257 decliners. The market's more advancing than it was an hour ago, ever so slightly. Banks, big movers. FRCB is down 16.61, Silvergate down 11.76. Wells Fargo's up 3.32. And some of the banks are starting to turn red. I'm starting to see a little bit more red here. Ethereum Classic is up 0.36, consolidating. DXY is up 0.19, consolidating, with a slight downtrend. Oil is up 1.92, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.23 to 0.27 and on uptrends. SPY is up 0.33 on an uptrend. VIX is down 1.98 and consolidating. VBR is up 0.71. VB is up 0.81. Tesla is up 2.49. By the way, VB and VBR look like they were consolidating, by the way. Tesla's up 2.51 on an uptrend. Amazon is down 0.73 on an uptrend. Cinemark is up down 3.93 on a downtrend. Doge is down 1.13, consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.69, consolidating. GME is down 0.52. For the day, I think it's consolidating, but currently it's just consolidating. HYMC is up 4.35. On a downtrend. And CMI is down 8.86, consolidating. Hood is up 2.38, consolidating. Ape is down 1.57, consolidating. And AMC is up 0.58 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's about $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.05 million shares traded so far. After 281 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 11.17 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.1, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.3, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 49.71, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53.42, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately, I don't know, just call it $60,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.87 million shares traded so far. After 282 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 3.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 20 million shares I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.8, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.66, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.37, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.13, which is slightly below average. And with that, Mike Connie says reverse repo is glitching. Let me pull it up real quick here. I wish. Oh, I think I just pulled the wrong one. Where's thick when you need them? Due to technical difficulties, the reverse repo operation is scheduled to run from 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Time using the desk contingency process. Huh. What's today's the 17th. They haven't reported. Very interesting. 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is going to be delayed by I guess that's already happened. 2 o'clock Eastern would be 1 o'clock my time. Very interesting. Good shout out. Yeah, I haven't seen Nana all day today, I don't think. I don't think I did. Oh, there she is. Pirateborn, the gator lost. Oh man. I gotta remember to tell my wife, like, you can't just, I don't know if she knows that or not. I mean, they always tell you when you go to Florida, they're like, don't go near any bodies of water and acting like a fool. Because, there's gators. You just don't do that. So I got to make sure and tell her that way. I can just see her pulling I'm going to have to get myself one of those big old Crocodile Dundee knives. And then that way, if she's going to fill her canteen, I can come jumping in there and it's the top of the gator with the knife. You all love that. All you guys love that scene. You did. Your phone had a virus? What the heck, Nana? That's crazy. The new Deluxe Shaw mug does come with a Crocodile Dundee knife. I mean, it only seems appropriate. I mean, after that picture that Danny was showing us of that gator surfing, I mean, it gets you a little worried. But the problem is it didn't look like it was Bayside to me. The wave that it was in was it seemed bigger than it could have been for Bayside. That's not an off. This is an off. My dog's like that. Somebody said, Belle Biv DeVoe says, gators are literally in every body of water. Flash a light at night and you'll see all those beady little eyes. Yes, my dog's the same way. He's in my backyard back there and I just flash the light. I mean, he's almost, he's like part black, part chocolate. It's hard to tell. Like some parts of his coat look like it's a black lab, but he feels like, if you ever touch the hair on a black lab versus a chocolate lab, he feels like a chocolate lab. So I think he's chocolate. But at nighttime, you can't see him out there. So you hold up a light, and as soon as those beady eyes come pointing up at you, he's the exact same way. It's like, oh, there he is. I got double ape on the screen. My bad. Sorry about that. Glenn says, I can't wait until we have one ticker. Me too. There's so much crap on this screen that I've got up here that... Oh man, Stonko Tracker's not even showing up anymore. Hold up a second. There we go. I'm gonna have to go buy that ticket, guys. I'm gonna go to break. Looks to me like that. I'm gonna kick myself in the butt if I can get it cheaper. But I mean, it's already so cheap. I don't know how I can go wrong with $154 for a round trip for two. So, guess I'm just gonna have to figure out which one's got the cheaper car rentals and then go from there. By the way, guys, if you ever do travel, always remember to look at car rental places that are maybe a little bit farther away from the airports. The airports always get you all the time. Don't get your car rentals from the airport. Don't do it. You can save yourself a lot of money if you just look for a car rental. It's just a little. Get an Uber drive to a car rental place that's a little bit further away. Go get yourself a much cheaper rental per day, and it saves you like so much money. Not even I'm not lying. It's really nice. It's nice when you can save a few bucks like that. But yeah, stay away from those car rentals directly at the airports. It's not that much to get an Uber someplace, and half the time, if you're well, I don't want to say that. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes, not always. You might even be able to. They might even pick you up from the airport. So, it's a possibility that somebody will come and pick you up for free. All right, I gotta go to break. Let's see. I'm going to put up the message. It's already up. Give you guys some music, and I'll see you guys back here at 2:10 so we can look at the final numbers for the day, toast it out, and son of a gun, we gotta start doing movie trivia again. It's movie trivia day. I have a list of movies, I think. I hope it didn't go away. Yeah, I got a list of movies here. Yeah, let's do movie trivia again. What movie is it going to be for today? Let's see. I gotta put numbers next to each of these. Oops. I guess I can't let you guys decide, so I'm going to make a judgment call on the first one. So I'm going to choose between Signs, Demolition Man, What About Bob, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I think I'm going to do... Let's start out funny. Let's start out funny and go with What About Bob. It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. So we'll do movie trivia with What About Bob, and then we'll call it a day. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. And I forgot to get a drink. Shoot. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see here. Pam, how's it going? Good to see you. Win Zern. Well, my prediction was this week. We'll see what ends up happening. I don't know for sure if it will be this week or not. I know a lot of people are seeing that she's got some open time for Friday. I don't know if that's going to necessarily be the day or not. But my prediction was for this week that we would get a Zern announcement. So I guess we'll see. There was something I was going to say, but I'm not sure how to say it. How about we just toast? When in doubt, throw a toast out. To safe travels. to not getting eaten by alligators while in Florida. We'll toast early to that one. And to more barcoding. Nothing like seeing a little bit of manipulation in the day to kind of confirm, we're right on track for what we're usually seeing. and to Fran, Drescher, I think it's Drescher. Fran Drescher, and in her speech that she had today, or that she had last week with the strike. So, to the Labor Party, because truly and honestly, this country does ride on the backs of the labor people, the people who are laboring in this country. So to you laborers that are out there that are listening, toast to you. Cheers. Nothing like a little bit of alcoholic water. Barbie coding. Let's get to it. Let's go, Barbie. Yeah. Azrael says Barbie ticket sales is killing it. That's awesome. Well, let's take a look at our numbers. Good to see you again, Azrael. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Reverse repo numbers came in, by the way, guys. They came in, let's see, 1.728 trillion. Which is down from 1.74, so it did drop about, what is that, 12 billion? 96 participating counterparties. Let's look at what we got going on with these numbers, guys. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Give me 1 second here. I think I'm going to have to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. Yep, going to have to do it. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as you never know when something's going to happen, or you want to keep somebody out of your account. So make sure you set that up. That could help with that. When you do set it up, if something if they allow you to put in a secondary device, make sure you do that in case something happens to your primary device to receive those codes. You never know when an alligator is going to swallow it and your arm. Please also take pictures or video footage or request a digital copy or even a hard copy of your a snail mail copy of your portfolio through your broker. You need that statement to prove ownership of what it is that you have. You never know when your broker is going to accidentally maybe not hold on to that information for you. Do not rely on them to do so. That would be a mistake. All right, starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined on AMC. We're at 53.82%, EDGX at 7.91, the combined total 61.73%. It's about 4.27% less than it should be by this time of the day. And then CHX is at 0.34, about 30,000 shares, nothing unusual there. On Ape, off exchange is at 57.83%. Oops. EDGX at 9.59, the combined total 67.42%, or about 1.42% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 100 shares, so nothing unusual there. And GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 336 shares, so nothing unusual there either. Taking a look at AMC. Vortex data, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 687,000 shares having been returned. It's now 774,000. It's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float a little bit further to 27.98%. Cost to borrow meds at 8.27, a lot of return shares here. Cost to borrow average is 996.03 and max is 1,003. Shares on loan, 178.12 million shares on loan. That's a 10,000 share increase from Friday. Zero change in short interest. An hour ago, 2 hours ago, there was a total of 1.91 million shares having been returned for the day on Ape. It's still the same, leaving the estimated short share interest, the free float at 5.38. Cost to borrow, average, max, and min are still the same values from earlier. Shares on loan today is at 15.14 million shares. That's about 960,000 more shares on loan today than there was on Friday. On options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike, although we had a big surge in $10 strike of call and put volume. There's 31.4 thousand contracts on the call side and 30.8 on the puts. The secondary run-up for the calls was at a $5 strike with 20.4 thousand contracts, when an hour ago it was 18.3. On the put side, the highest amount of volume is still at a $4 strike. It went from 30.4 thousand contracts to 33.3. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $6.23. I had us at a $6.22 close. It's coming down to almost the power half hour, I should say, and also our movie trivia, which is going to be happening here in a few minutes. We'll see if we head up during that half hour. If we do, Apex might end up getting himself an extra point. What's next? Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME I do not expect to see on this list, as we have not had enough volume to probably warrant us being on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. SSR would have tripped today at $3.90 for AMC, Ape at 1.719, neither of which have occurred, and no new shares have been returned since 700,000 shares were borrowed at about, it looks like it was about 1 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Fees were last seen at 974.9%. NASDAQ is up 1.01%. Dow Jones is up 0.36. The S&P 500 is up 0.49. We have 3,986 advancers to 2,311 decliners. The market's a little bit more declining than it was an hour ago. Let's take a look at some of the banks here. Let's see here. FRC is down 15.32. Silvergate's down 11.76. Actually, those might update here in just a second. Give me a second to see if those update. No, they changed already. Okay. Other big movers that we've got. Wells Fargo's up 3.08. And that's it. Ethereum Classic is up 0.17. US dollar is up 0.19 and trending down. WTI is up 1.28, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities between Vanguard and BlackRock are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.27 on a upwards trend. It looks like actually Vanguard's is kind of consolidating. SPY is up 0.51. Took a little bit of a launch just a little bit ago, but is on a definite uptrend. VIX is down 1.98. Let me give this a quick refresh and make sure it's accurate. It does look like it's consolidating currently. VBR is up 0.76 and on a slight uptrend. VB is up 0.88, consolidating. Tesla's up 2.93 and on an uptrend. Amazon is down 0.75 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 3.5 and consolidating after a downtrend. Doge is up, or down rather, 1.02 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 1.26 and consolidating on a slight downtrend. GME is down 0.17 and on an uptrend. HYMC is up 3.57 and on a downtrend. NCMI is down 8.86 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.97 downtrend. Ape is down 1.57 consolidating, and AMC is up 0.58 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow, about only about $150,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 9.43 million shares traded so far. After 355 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 10.35 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested on the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.1, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.18, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.96, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring in RSI at 51.54, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately, call it $160,000 more outflow than inflow. Close enough. 3.61 million shares traded so far. After 356 minutes of trading, that puts us at a pace about 3.95 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.62, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.31, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.23, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.13, which is average. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing, and we're about 3 minutes away from movie trivia. Carl, I've done some looking into share intel, and I don't have anything positive to say in regards to what they've proven to have done for any companies. So I don't really care if that's what she's deciding to do. I was glad when Adam Aaron said that he wasn't going to invest the money into Share and Tell. I was kind of happy because it was like, good, because it's not going to do anything for us. Aaron says, you sound so crispy. What? What does that mean? I don't even understand what crispy means. I think what you mean, it's the new mic, Aaron, and it's a little more professional sounding. I think it cuts out a lot of like echo, maybe. It's a good thing, brother. I'm glad you like it. Carl says Adam Aaron has the legal team to tell him anything that Share and Tell could tell him. I would tend to agree with that. I mean, he knows what's going on. I mean, he's made he's made plenty of references in the past to short selling of AMC, and I don't think that there's anything. I don't think he's blind to what's going on. But I think it would be a mistake for him to spend time trying to go after shorting of AMC when that's not going to do anything for him or the company. His time is much better spent. That's not his job. His job is not to do. That's the SEC's job. That's FINRA's job. Those guys are supposed to be going after him, not Adam Aaron. And all he has to do is make AMC a better company that makes money and makes us money, and that fixes everything. Nobody can have a short thesis against a company who has everything going for it. So, I would rather him waste efforts on trying to make the company more profitable. I think, and I say waste, and I don't really mean waste. I mean, I would rather him expend energy on making the company more profitable. It's 2:30. It's time for movie trivia. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think he's, well, you say he's doing his best. I don't know of anybody else who could do a better job currently, and so I don't understand why people are really upset with him, honestly, because that's the one thing. Like I can understand being upset with somebody, but like I had a boss one time that told me, he said, Casey, he was actually my friend before he became my boss. And we were just kind of chit-chatting one day, and he said, I don't mind when people come to me with problems, but if you come to me with problem, he was a manager. He says, when somebody comes to me with problems and no solution, I'm not as likely to want to help them. And so I guess I've always kind of, if you have a problem with the CEO and you have an idea on what you want to do to change that, great, but have an idea at least. Don't just sit there and bash your CEO without having an idea of what you're going to do to fix it. Because otherwise you're just a problem maker, not a problem solver. And that's what we need. We need shareholders who are going to be problem solvers and not problem makers. But I've not seen anybody come up with anything like that, so. James says the next FUD campaign will be the Hollywood strike. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting on that, James. I think they're holding on to that one. They'll wait for something to happen to kind of throw that in the mix. I'm sure of it. I don't even. I'm not even doubting it. All right, let's do this movie trivia. All right, let me see. Let me see a. Let me type it in here. Hit live now for movie trivia, and we've got this new setup thanks to Nana for kind of throwing out an idea that made me think of this, where I post the question in the chat as I'm reading it. That way, everybody has equal opportunity to answer these. I see a 1 from Tom D, so he's ready to go. So since Tom is ready to go, I'm ready to go. We're going to spoil this right off the bat, the movie here. So if you've not seen What About Bob, you might want to turn this off like right now. Because here we go. We're going to spoil this movie for you. All kinds of spoiling of this movie right here. All right, first question. And by the way, John, why can I read my writing? It looks like I wrote John Hancock. It's John Hannaford. I don't know why it looks like I wrote John Hancock. Anyways, John Hannaford's already got a point going into this week from something from a previous week. So here we go. First question. That didn't work. What is the doctor's son? Oh, wait. Did I say that right? Shoot. Yeah. Sorry, I said that wrong. Who does Bob marry at the end of the movie? I screwed that up. How did I do that? Oh, I know what I did. There we go. Who does Bob marry at the end of the movie? Sam says the doctor's son. That is correct. Wait. No, that is incorrect. What am I saying? That is incorrect. Does the doctor's son? No. Bob doesn't marry the doctor's son. What? Who does Bob marry at the end of the movie? What the heck? That is not right. You got me saying that's the answer. That's not the answer. No, it's not the doctor's daughter. Leo's sister is correct by John Hannaford, who already has a point. Leo is the doctor, by the way, for those of you who don't know. Who I will also reference to you guys, because I don't want you guys to be confused, as Dr. It was Leo Marvin is his name, for those of you who don't remember. So if I say Dr. Marvin, you know who I'm talking about. All right, next question. This is so funny. No, it's not his son. Crazy guy. What is the doctor's son terrified to do? Yes, that is correct, Tom D. Bob marries Lily, the Dr. Marvin's sister. It was actually sister, and that was answered correctly by John Hannaford. He said Leo's sister. That is correct. Diving is correct by Sam. You got that one right, Sam. Diving on his son. Sam, you're killing me, bro. You're killing me. That's correct. Sam gets a point for that one. He's diving on his son. Yeah. Tom says Lily. Hold on a second. Tom, hold on. You did say Lily, and you did, but the problem is that John Hannaford said it before you. So let me pull this up real quick, and I'll show you. John Hannaford's answer came through before yours. So I got John Hannaford, Leo's sister, coming in first, and then the doctor, and then Lily. So yeah. All right. Next one. What does Bob's T-shirt say that he wears while on vacation? No, it does not say I'm with stupid. What about Bob is the name of the movie? What does Bob's t-shirt say that he wears while on vacation? Oh my gosh, Joe. If you haven't, I don't know how. Sometimes I feel like some comedies aren't as funny in the future, but I feel like this is one that would maybe be okay. Yeah, Don't Hassle Me, I'm Local by Tom D is correct. John Hannaford, Tom D beat you out on that one. Just by a fraction of a second there. All right. What is the title of the book Dr. Marvin was promoting, and what about Bob? Baby Steps by John Hannaford is correct. It's really bothering me that it looks like I wrote John Hancock here. Why I wrote that. I think I smeared. It's been like a week since we put the point on there, and I think I smeared a little and makes it look like John Hancock. Baby Steps is correct. What is the reason Bob claims that he and his wife got divorced? Joe, you haven't even seen the movie. Oh, dang, Tom Shanner coming in with a zinger right there. Whew. No, that is not correct. Well, there's no harm in guessing, I guess, Joe. You know, who knows? You could get it right. Cheating is incorrect. No manscape. Her refusal to use coupon. No, those are not correct. Halitosis is incorrect. She was a hedgie is incorrect. He didn't hodl. That's the correct answer. No, I'm just kidding. Man, you guys don't remember this movie. All right, I'm gonna have to X this one out here in 5, 4, 3. Tom D with the answer. She loved Neil Diamond is correct. He's like copying and pasting. He's like he had to do it. He had to do it twice. All right, let's see how this comes over, and hopefully this comes across okay. Complete this joke. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm schizophrenic, and so. Am I by Tom D is correct. Am I? So am I. It's not so am you. So am I. Next one. Next question. What is the last therapy Dr. Marvin uses on Bob? What's it called? I think the term was coined by perhaps Bob himself. Death therapy is correct by Sam. In which state are the psychiatrists and his family vacationing? Dr. Marvin. Where did they decide to go to vacation? Nope, it was not New York. New Hampshire by Jathan is correct. Jathan, welcome to the game. Jathan, so many people gave you so much crap about your mom having a speech impediment. That's so terrible. But it makes me laugh. I don't. It's so wrong. It's not even. That's not funny, guys. Why would you do? You put it in my head. Now it's all I can think about. Let's see. Second to last question here. I don't have a last question prepared. I mean, I kind of do, but I kind of don't. What television news show does the story on the doctor's new book? Good Morning America by Sam is correct. I had pulled up something for the last question of the day where you guys normally get 2 points. And I hadn't really decided what the last question was going to be. So, so here's the last one. And this is I'm just going to go ahead and tell you guys, this, you guys are putting all kinds of stuff in already. This last one, was something that Bob and I believe the kid, I think it was one of the kids, was saying back and forth, to each other, saying their goodbyes. And, one of the ones that Bob said was something but. Does anybody remember what that is? I'll give you 2 points if you can remember what it is. The kid called him a butthead, and then he called him something but. What did he call him? I'll miss you. No. But they were making fun of each other with names, name calling back and forth. It was not butt drugs. There's a word in front of it. Buffalo butt? No. Sniffer butt? No. Butt face? No. The word's in front. I'm not saying yours. Paraporn? Joe, no. Tom, no. No. Man, I feel like if you were an '80s kid, I feel like you would have said this probably quite a bit. It was kind of like one of those popular things to just kind of say back in those days. Once I say it, once you guys hear it, you'll be like, "Oh, I totally remember saying that when I was a kid." You might say your dog had these every once in a while. You guys are cracking me up. Oh, Foo Dog is so. I mean, I'm giving it to you, Foo Dog. 2 points for Foo. Dingleberry is correct. Dingleberry butt is the correct answer. I'm going to give it to him. He said dingle. It is Dingleberry. My wife, I don't remember how long ago it was that my wife heard the word again. And she's like, that's my new favorite word, Dingleberry. Dingleberry is correct. I have no idea, James. Let's look it up. I'm going to look up right now, see what a dingleberry is.
Dingleberry.
A foolish or inept person. I don't know why we always used to say it about the dog. Like you'd see him like have like a, you know when the dogs have like a hanger, right? And there's like, and you called it a dingleberry, and then they go running around the yard like it's chasing them. And they start rubbing their butt in the grass and or kicking grass or something like that, and they just go running around. Dingleberry. Yeah, that's what that was. Those are nuts. Oh man, that's not a good thing if that's the case. Joe says no wonder Foo Dog knows. Urban Dictionary it? I'll probably pass. I'm gonna pass on that one. All right, let me tally up the points for the day today. John Hannaford with 3. Congratulations, John. Sam, congratulations on your points today. Tom D, congratulations on your points today. Jathan, congratulations on your points. Sorry. And Foo Dog, congratulations on your points. So here's the tally. In third place, we have Jathan. Not tied, but in second place we have Foo Dog. And tied for first place is a 3-way tie between John Hannaford, Sam, and Tom D with 3 points apiece. And now I can put some stars next to What About Bob, knowing that we did it. And let's start with the vote. I'm going to put up a quick poll for the end of the day so you know which... actually, we'll poll tomorrow. We'll poll tomorrow. Tomorrow's choices are going to be Cloud Atlas, TMNT, Roadhouse, and The Thing, the 1980s version. Alrighty. Parrot, did you just look that up? Did you look that? I feel like you looked that up on... I feel like you looked that up on Urban Dictionary. Because that actually describes it very well. The Unknown 101, welcome to the channel. Tom, you're welcome, man. I'm a little curious. Arthur came walking in here saying the hedgies are effed. Wonder what he read. Or if it was just a general announcement. Just got a couple more minutes left here, guys. We didn't get the power half hour. We're at $6.23. I had a $6.22 close estimate for the day today. So we're really, really, really darn close. Doesn't look like it's going to hit my prediction though. I'm gonna miss by like a penny. What are the chances? Oh, there it went to 622. I don't know. It's gonna be close. Hey, thanks, James. I've had this mic for, it's been a long time. Probably about 5 or 6 years. Or more. Yeah, I'd say at least 5 or 6 years. And, excuse me. My son, for this last Christmas, we bought him, he wants to be a sound technician, an audio technician. And so I got him a microphone for Christmas. It was a step up from the one that I have. And I got him all the right equipment that he needed so that he could use the microphone to make recordings on his computer. And he brought his computer over to my house because he's living here right now while his mom's moving in a different place. And so I got to hear, I wanted to test out his mic just to see what it sounded like. And so I sat down in his chair and started talking to it, and he had the headphones on. He's like, "Wow, Dad, that's really good." And I was like, "Give me those headphones." So I put the headphones on and I started listening. I was like, "Dang, man, that's pretty good. I like that." I was like, "I wonder if my mic's any good." And so I told my wife for my birthday I wanted the analog to digital converter box that he has that makes this possible. So that's what I ended up getting for my birthday, and made this possible. So, which it's a pretty cheap unit. It's not all that expensive, and I could have been doing this the whole time, and I had no idea. Sam says it's what makes time travel possible. Are you talking about the converter box? But yeah, it's pretty cool. I think the cooler part is the fact that I can play my guitar now for you guys. The converter box has got a analog input for a guitar jack, and I got my guitar sitting right here. Hold on. I mean, the microphone would probably, I don't know if I need to even plug this in. What's going to happen here? I think I need to mute everything for just a second here. Give me a second. I want this to pop on you guys. It might even pop this one too. Hold on a second. Did that pop? Did you guys hear a popping sound when I just did that? Play the G string. Yeah. There you go, G string. Good. I'm glad it didn't pop. So it's nice though, because now I can what you just heard right there was just simply through the mic. Now I got to pump up the volume. Now I can play like, let's see. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my gosh. it's so hard. I tried to set this up so that I don't have this. This is my Ovation that I'm playing, and it's got a rounded back on it with plastic. Makes it super hard to play on your lap. Anyways, I can't play right now. I'm nervous. You guys got me all nervous, but it's cool because I can pop into this and just plug it in and play. And so if I ever decided to do that, which won't happen very ever, I can. And that probably just popped the crap out of the. That probably popped your speakers right there. Yeah. But at least you can hear it now. Alright guys, all good things must come to an end eventually. As usual. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, take them out for a walk because I like getting outdoors too. And go see a movie, for crying out loud, because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep. Now I'm starting to wonder if my engine sounds better.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other.